Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Testing 1, 2, and 3. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. I was just saying that I need to project my voice a little bit more and I need to take the bass a little bit out, but I cannot help it. I'm trying. I was doing my mic test and I was trying so hard. I cannot take the bass out of my voice. I can't. Oh man. But anyways, we will be resuming right back into what we left off. Um I'm surprised. So at first I was on YouTube and I was searching some things up and it was very interesting. At first I saw a lot of little like smaller channels. They were saying, "Oh yeah, they believe Candace Owens um won the debate." But now the algorithm is really, the do I don't know, do I have that sound bite on me? I got the
Yalla yalla ya shabab, all together ya shabab. Yalla yalla ya shabab, everybody ya shabab.
like they're really it's kicking in. The the small hat algorithm is kicking in. So they're making they're what they're trying to do. They're trying to make Candace Owens look like she's crazy and she's just some uh crazy, conspiracy theorist. That's what they're that's what the machine and people are trying to do. Um and mind you, there are some people that that I follow that I look up to. They took Andrew Wilson's side, which I was actually shocked at a couple of people, but my opinion has, it stayed the same. Um it still stayed the same. In the meantime, I don't know what I can show in the meantime before because I don't want to jump completely into it. I hope people got their notifications. I already know I do have a little shadow banning problem. I've been shadow banned a couple times. I've had a strike put on my channel before. I've been demonetized and then remonetized before. So that I know that really affects my numbers on my channel. There was a point where certain live streams I do, it would be popping, or just videos. I could just put a video out and it would catch traffic real quick. But ever since I got, all these strikes and these warnings on my channel, it hasn't been as fluid. So I do apologize if people aren't getting notifications. That's what happens when you're shadow banned. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm going the route, the chronic route, right? But it's all good though. It's all good. It's all good. I am still monetized, thankfully, but it's still all good. It's still all good. Shout out to the supporters do it that I do have. Andrew Wilson, so far, because I've watched the debate, but from where we left off, Andrew Wilson is proving himself to be compromised. It's not. I don't even think it's more of his lack of knowledge or lack of debating skills. I think he's severely compromised. I think there is a chance that he fucked himself over. He has led a lot of people to believe that he's a great debater, so much so that Turning Point USA gave him some money to make Candace look bad. But the irony is the platform that they've given Candace Owens, what they've done is given the defense of Tyler Robinson, whoever's going to be defending Tyler Robinson in court. They've been given they at that the debate is really giving them, a leg to stand on potentially. Because we already know how our court system works. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And a lot of people are talking about, but what real evidence does she have? She just they don't there's well, guys, if Candace Owens, the accusations that she's putting on the deep state, the small hats, whatever politicians that may be in charge, or the higher ups that she believes that ordered the hit on CK, you really think that they're going to give their own like evidence. You know, they're not, the deep state is not going to implicate himself. It's itself. If they can't take you out, they're just going to call you crazy. That's usually the playbook. They try to assassinate your character. This is well rehearsed. The thing is, it's not as easy to do it in today's age. Number one, they can't just outright assassinate Candace Owens, or sorry, take her out. I lied. I lied, guys. I lied. They can't take her out because it'd be too obvious. It'd be way too obvious. Same thing with Kanye. They can't take them out. So they're the best thing that they can do is just harass them, call them crazy, challenge their character, have their own people turn on them so they'll eventually drop it. So you see how like Ye has eventually he's kind of dropped it. They're just hoping that Candace Owens does similar. And me personally, I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm not going to say the conservative party, but Turning Point USA is definitely in a pickle. No pun intended, right? Uh, but I made the joke yesterday that, and I think, and people are picking up on this. I made the joke that Andrew Wilson, Turning Point USA signed Andrew Wilson on a 360 rapper deal. They gave him they fronted him that 300K, but that 300K is not Andrew Wilson's. That is a loan given to him by Turning Point USA. And they need to see a return on their investment. So this role that he has to play, being the attack dog to attack any so-called, Charlie Kirk, conspiracy theorists. That's the role that he has to play. And since Andrew Wilson has a large following, and Andrew Wilson followers, they're just going to say he wins every debate no matter what, even if he's clearly wrong. That's what they're trying to use him for. That's the return on investment. Trust me, for that 300K, he don't got 300K. Liquid? No, he doesn't. He has way too much. He has way too much in expenses. I don't want to bring up his personal life. Well, yes, I do. He got 5 kids, three bastards, 2 that are his, private schools, expenses, money, all of that, school expenses, sports expenses, expenses on Rachel, expenses to keep Rachel's baby daddy's mouth shut. He doesn't have 300K liquid. But anyways, let's play this from where we left off in the middle, where they're going to start talking about more evidence on Tyler Robinson. I hope I said Tyler Duncan. I meant Tyler Robinson.
Point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can.
By the way, fair use. This thing got to be way faster. What am I doing?
Run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually discover
the messages.
Don't you
think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was
actually, yes, they will. Yeah. The courts. Well, I don't want to make myself a repeating record. When it comes to these court things, people want to pick and choose when court matters, when they want to say that, well, they'll say the U.S. Court is the strongest in the world, and then when they don't get the results that they want, then it's not. They pick and choose when it's not and when it is. All we can go off of, especially me, all we can go off of is what the court system is, and there's a lot of strange things that have happened in courts. A lot of strange things, especially in the U.S. of A. So it's interesting when people pick and choose when these things matter. Now, what you have now, you'll have the Andrew Wilson apologists are now taking the side of the deep state. From what I've seen, they're taking the side of the deep state, and I don't think that's the right. I just don't think it's the right move, because there's plenty of people that saw the CK situation, and they have completely removed themselves from that side of the political aisle, meaning they were like staunch, I'm not going to say staunch conservatives, but they were conservatives that had a real belief in a guy like a Charlie Kirk, and they saw what happened to him, and they have questions. They're not buying that Tyler Robinson was the guy, or that this was a leftist. They're not buying it. There's enough doubters on that side. There's enough for people to be at least like, I don't know. Candace Owens might be onto something here, right? So this thing where you're seeing conservative people on that side just act like this is not plausible that Tyler Robinson, that it's not plausible that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. I just don't see where they're coming from. I don't know if they're being intentionally dense. I don't know if they're just choosing to put the blinders on. But I think it's the wrong move. And unfortunately, liberals are taking advantage of this weakness that we do have in the conservative party, because it's gonna start getting really hard, especially for me, to convince people to vote conservative or to vote right, because I think people should be voting right. They should be more right leaning in a practical world. But it's going to be very hard for me to convince people. It's especially the young people coming up. Like the young people coming up, they're not buying the young conservatives. They're not buying that. Just to let you, like, the young conservatives, they are not, or the young, or especially when you're talking about young independent voters or young people that are in the middle, they're not buying this. With the Tyler Robinson being the shooter, they're not. Trust me. So it is what it is. I just, me personally, to act like Candace Owens is she's on cuckoo land. Nah, I don't think that's not the right place to stand. Just me personally, because in the future, all is going to be revealed. The same way, you see how it took like 10 or 15 years later, or even really 20 years later, for people to sit back and realize, oh, what happened in 9/11, that was a cover up. There was no weapons of mass destruction in whatever the country that was in the Middle East. That was cap. So it's popular to say that now, but at the time, it was very few people that were brave enough to be like, nah, this is an inside job, right? So that's what's going to happen with the with the Charlie Kirk situation in the future.
Somebody logged into his phone. They may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the parents fact check.
So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at?
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No, well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
but
forever.
They're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't.
I'll agree with that. I'm pretty sure there are people in Robinson's camp, the lawyers telling them just don't say anything to the media. Just let it play out. Don't do anything to influence anybody. Don't be on there crying to say my son is innocent or my son is guilty. Don't just save all of the shit for the courts. So that, because if I was a lawyer on Robinson's side, I would definitely advise the same thing. Only because you're dealing with this is not a regular case. This is not no regular just, oh, you took somebody out, you took out a friend, or you took out a regular citizen. This was serious. These are serious allegations. These are serious accusations. These are serious, prosecution charges. You know what I mean? So I'll tend to agree. I'll lean on Candace Owens' side on that.
Go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people.
How many times have Candace Owens been sued? The shit she be talking, but yeah, I would agree, because I would have told Robinson's family the same thing. Don't say anything in the media, just for now. Even if you think he's innocent, don't say anything.
People are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was up
for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying."
Nah, that's circumstantial. That's very circumstantial.
Lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues
First of all, I disagree, only because Andrew Wilson, he be lying and leaving shit out. but anyways, let me not bring up his personal yet.
Gag order in a case, and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case. You would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I'm saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to see the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
Are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think...
Does he know how preliminary hearings work? But let me keep it playing.
Not disagreeing
I think
that
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is effective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though, as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying, could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way. There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous.
So he wants them to violate, go against the nah. That's not a strong case. That's not a strong. Nah. Because first, if the parents have I'll just say this: any American citizen that's been paying attention, that kind of understand how shady these things are, I would not only would I be advising them to stay silent, I would be advising them to protect, double lock your doors, make sure y'all when y'all sleeping at night, make sure make sure you guys are clean, make sure you guys are not breaking any laws, because me personally, after that situation, I think what they wanted to happen was have, Tyler Robinson, commit self-deletion, allegedly, right? They wanted him gone. But since he's still alive, the parents still have something to live for. It's still going to be, they're still going to have some interest to, to protect their son. So, sorry, excuse me. I was holding back that sneeze. I was really holding back that sneeze. So since they have some interest to protect their son, the deep state or the people in charge, they're probably going to be doing things to kind of I'm not going to outright admit to them, to them saying to them like, oh, they're trying to attack their son, but they're going to do slick things, try to arrange an accident or something. It's not, I like if I was a lawyer, I would tell them like, hey, not only don't say nothing to the media, protect yourself and make sure all of you have no legal outstanding bills. Make sure all of your credit card bills are paid, because the deep state, not only are they going to still be after Tyler Robinson and his people, and probably also pressuring his people to plead guilty and all these things, or plead to a lesser charge, they're also going to be harassing the family. They're going to be doing a lot of things. Oh, Reaper's in the chat. Shout out to Reaper. So this is not a regular case. Andrew Wills he's trying to make it seem like just because they're not protesting his innocence in the media or in the preliminary, or his lawyers do presenting things in the preliminary, that they should go against protocol just because just to show that they think that their son isn't guilty. That's I completely disagree with that stance.
Would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to.
Oh, well, maybe ninjas. I don't know. maybe a ninja family, but I don't. This is a different case. This is a different type of case, man.
To keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued. Right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew, there's not enough here that convinces me. Right.
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But
either way, in his text message that he said that he had from Charlie Kirk, it was interesting. Later on in the interview, you're going to see it. Candace Owens is going to ask, can we see the text? And he's like, no, I'm not going to show it. He's like, and I'm just going to show it on my stream. And apparently people did the research, I think last night or the day before. He still didn't show the text. And that's because he's making it up. He said that he has a text from Charlie Kirk of like the day before, that he thinks that the leftists are trying to kill him. And then they showed a clip of Erica Kirk saying like I guess a week after the shooting or a month after the shooting, her saying that Charlie Kirk didn't send anybody any text messages of that magnitude. So somebody's lying. And I'm gonna lean towards Andrew being the liar. Also he deleted the live stream that he hosted, I guess, on the Crucible. Somebody it's been reported that he deleted that live stream as well. Oh, by the way, I don't know if Reaper's still on. Let me show you something real quick. This is how you know Andrew Wilson lost the debate. This is how you know he lost. Watch this. Let me show you. This is how you know he lost. I'm gonna go on YouTube. I'm gonna share the tab real quick. Ben Shapiro. Let me share the tab. Is it still there? Right here. He says the Candace Owens debate was a disaster for everyone.
Debate culture.
Right? So I'm just saying, if that was a victory, so-called victory for Andrew Wilson, he would have opened up with Candace Owens destroyed by Andrew Wilson, or Andrew Wilson outclasses Candace Owens. No, he just goes, the Candace Owens debate was a disaster for everyone. Nobody won. Nobody lost. It was just a disaster. Yeah. That's all. Like, that's all I need to see right there. Or that's all somebody that's in the middle, that's not even, politically leaning it from the left to the right. If they see this, they're like, oh, that means Candace Owens won. The Candace Owens debate was a disaster for everyone. Ain't you the co-president of Turning Point USA with Erica? Shouldn't you be backing your boy? Shouldn't you be backing your boy? But anyways, let's go back.
I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to
Candace Owens, you're not allowed to think. What's that, man? You know what? One thing I used to hate what ninjas did, but I found it funny, but I hated it when ninjas was doing that. Anytime somebody would be like, "Oh, you're not allowed to think this. You're not allowed to say this. You're not allowed to read this," and basically, you're only allowed to think this way. You know, ninjas used to do this thing in the late 2000s when somebody would do something like that to them. They'd be like, "Look, massa. They saying that we trying to read," or they would do some shit like that. I don't want you reading that book. You know, I used to hate it because it was funny. I used to hate it because it was a funny reference. But anyways,
you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
Exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's a law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences, we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew,
I don't understand his argument. Well, I'll just say this. Me personally, well, I gotta stop saying that. Personally, I don't even think Andrew Wilson believes what he's arguing about. Because right now he grifted the shit out of Turning Point USA, and he took the money. He took the clout, the connects, the points that came along with aligning himself with TPUSA, and he's willing to be their attack dog, for hire. But I don't think deep down he has to know that there's definitely a pause. What's it? A cause to pause. Cause to pause. There's definitely a cause to pause with the Charlie Kirk situation and who really was behind who was really behind the deletion of CK. I'm sorry, because even at the time I reported, I did the live stream, I think the day of. I think the day of I did the live stream of if it was not the day of, it was the next day. It was either the day of or the next day. And even me, I was just like, wait a minute, who are they gonna pin this on? Because this is just too fishy. this whole situation is too fishy. Meanwhile, mind you, I don't have any love or hate for CK. I'm completely neutral when it comes to CK. And I was just looking at this situation. I'm like, and not only me, many people were saying like, this is what's going on. And then as soon as they did that nonsense, it was this dude who was a liberal and he has a transformer. They found his rifle. Conveniently, he left. What kind of nigga gonna take? Oh yeah, he conveniently leaves the rifle in the woods or whatever. It's somewhere near the place where he allegedly took the shot. I was like, nah, I'm not buying none of that. I was like, don't tell me they're gonna do that nonsense. And then as soon as I saw that, I was like, yep, this was an inside job. as soon as I saw that, because as soon as they put that as the so-called evidence, or this is the culprit. That's a setup. That's a setup, man. But there's plenty of cause, or was it a cause for pause on this?
Why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was entire, and we can pull this up. Like,
the English language is a bit of a perverted language. Let me do a quick rewind.
Filing showing defense had full.
I just want to. I want to read this to you. This is because the English language, boy. I remember Corey Holcomb was talking about this as well. I was surprised he was talking about this stuff. I was like, this nigga might be the truth. When he talks about the perversion of the English language, how and Zoe Williams was also talking about this, how in court you can there's certain English words that you can bring up, and it can mean 5 to 6, 7 different things. This is why you'll have. That's why, like, when you're reading a contract, you need to have a lawyer really go over it, because there's certain words that they will put in there that will literally, it just disregards everything that was just said in the first paragraph. As soon as they say like a but or therefore, henceforth, they'll put something in there that's just gonna, whatever they put in that whole contract. So this is why you had to make sure you had somebody read the contract. So right here, let me read this. This is reminding me of when I was reading the paperwork for the Joy Taylor paperwork. Right. So let's read the highlight. To what it says. To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence, and they put it in quotation marks, that is presently and reasonably available, as required under Rule 16, Utah, blah, 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 to be more precise, as of April 1st, 2026. Now, even a dumb nigga like me, I'm just gonna be like, what do you mean that is presently and reasonably available? Do you have it or not? The fuck you mean? Corey was also talking about this. I forgot. I think last year, one of the episodes where, even when because us English speakers will say, I'm trying to do this. We don't say I will do this. We say I'll try to do this. No, it's either you do or you do not. Right. So this is what we do in America. We be doing nonsense like this that is presently and reasonably available. Yeah, as soon as you see that, especially it's in quotation marks, it's not even. They're not even. That is presently and reasonably available. What do you mean by that? Is everything ready or not? But they will write all of this just to say that they're not ready. They don't have everything presently readily and available. You might as well say we don't have everything presently and readily available. Presently and reasonably available. Good Lord. This is, man, the English language is such a perverted language, bro. Anyways,
full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%.
See how they try to scroll past that just that quote the statement that was in the quotation marks. this is this is some funny stuff, man.
And that's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where's the show
documents.
cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay. So that's
and I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point
there's no disagreement
right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend.
Hold on, let me read. You know what? I think let me see how many pages. I might have to go into I might have to download the PDF and read that on my own time. The preliminary hearing. I might have to read that in my own time. This is some interesting stuff because I'm reading. I opened it in another tab. Yeah, this is some interesting stuff. I'll say this: my favorite stream that I ever did. One of my favorite favorite streams that I did was when I read the paperwork for the Joy Taylor situation, and then when I read the paperwork with the lawsuit of the 40-year-old woman that tried to sue James Harden, the basketball player, his estate. Oh man, but it's really interesting when you actually look into the paperwork, the stuff that people do. But anyways,
elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because
your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic.
You've made
that
many
you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we discussed the gun, we discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
The screwdriver.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, it's assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler.
Sorry, I had to make a text real quick. I had to do some business, church business. But anyways,
Robinson. I mean, the Tyler Robinson.
Let me just rewind because I want to be completely. Just want to make sure I didn't miss nothing.
And I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson, that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw. And in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's conceding a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure. I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and get into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel because I said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family.
I forgot to talk about that part, the immunity given to Lance. Hold on for a second. Let me do some research real quick. Hmm. Yeah. Lance, yeah, he's suspicious. I never really dived into the Lance and the Tyler connection because, well, obviously, because I don't really like talking about LGBT stuff just in general, except for some jokes here and there. But the statements that I'm seeing that have been attributed to Lance Twiggs, the stuff that that they have him on record saying, this boy is suspicious.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
Yeah, that's some. I did like a quick. I know that was a lazy Google search, but I'm like, good Lord, these are some set up statements if I ever seen one. This is some interesting stuff. But anyways.
And they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI.
Sorry, I had the sound on my phone. Good Lord, these people here. Anyways.
This was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending letters me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map, the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's not that, like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence.
Can somebody fact check this? Definitely, real quick. Please fact check this. Because if everything that she's saying is on point, which I am leaning towards, this is atrocious. Oh, hell no. That's crazy work. But anyways.
When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general, has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. You've washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using it in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys, I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the questions.
Okay. Here we have they've returned, guys. They've returned. The Wilson fan base. Oh, I don't know if this is an Andrew Wilson stand. This could be an Erica Kirk stand, because this whole Erica Kirk can do no wrong, and how she's not been questioned in any of this, really. I find that very fascinating. So much so, like, even Jason Whitlock was like, yo, what? How am I not allowed to question Erica Kirk? Even Jason Whitlock. Nah, let me not disrespect. Even he was like, the fuck? Why can't I? But anyways, yeah, me and Jason Whitlock, we have a love-hate relationship. Well, not a I would consider Jason Whitlock a friend of me. But anyways, here we have By the Track, Homestead 1182. He says, this nasty black-hearted demon, he's talking about Candace, by the way, said a lot of words really fast for a long time, to say nothing. Her not-so-bright cult members claim that she brings the receipts. She admitted feelings and opinions. That is false, sir. Do I have a soundbite for that? Yeah, I do.
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, man. Based on what was given to her, and based on what we saw, even via the media, the stuff that I saw via the media, it gave me a lot of pause. Was it a lot of cause to pause? I'm sorry. This was all, I'm talking about even via the mainstream media, the stuff that was given to us. How quick people were trying to sweep this thing under the rug. And this is true. There's certain things that they would investigate into. They were investigating certain things in Tyler Robinson's background. Then they found out it was actually part of Charlie Kirk's team. Then they'll stop investigating certain things. Like this was put in the media. I'm sorry. There's plenty plenty of cause for pause, man. It's plenty of cause for pause. Plenty. CFP, I guess I gotta call it CFP. Plenty of CFP. And this whole thing where, oh, Candace Owens, she's something wrong with her. She's a black-hearted demon and all this nonsense. You let Candace Owens say whatever the hell she want for how many years? Now she has questions on this. Now all of a sudden she's a bad human being. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. One thing I'm very familiar with that. If everybody's just trying to sweep you under the rug, trying to call you crazy, oh, there's nothing to that. I'm not buying it. Mind you, I have plenty of, I'm not gonna say negative feelings, but I have plenty of reason to be like, man, I can't really fuck with Candace Owens like that. But for her to come out and put her name on the line and the response that she's getting back, and this is this doesn't, the stuff that she's saying, this doesn't help her at all. This doesn't help her family. This doesn't help her brand. So this is don't do this stuff now where, oh, she crazy. Don't do that. It's something wrong with her. She's always been no. Nope. I'm not gonna have that. They did the same thing to Kanye West. Did the exact same thing. Exactly. Right here. So Reaper Rel said Candace Owens was literally mocking Ahmaud Arbery and doing the little racial bidding of the small hats. She was esteemed back then, but now she's a deluded conspiracy theorist. Exactly. When she was doing that stuff, it was cool. And even me at the time, I was just like, okay, I guess that's what she's doing. That's how I took it. I wasn't even offended. I was neither offended or whatever. I was just like, okay, that's what, I'm just so used to Candace Owens doing that. It's whatever. But now, same thing with Kanye West. Now he's wrong. Now he needs to be silenced. You know what most people are going to be like, wait a minute, he and she was allowed to do all of this for this long, but they can't have their opinion on this. They did the same thing to Jason Whitlock. When Jason Whitlock was questioning, like, why wasn't Erica Kirk questioned? A large part of his fan base was mad at him for saying that. And he was like, are you guys kidding me? And I was like, Whitlock, you don't get it, do you? Oh, man. But they can't, like, when he said, where the guy, what's his name? By the Track Homes. What's it? By the Track Homestead 1182. He says the nasty black-hearted demon, which he's talking about Candace Owens. But when he says that, I'm really thinking about Erica Kirk. When you look at Erica Kirk's background, do you know? I think they said like people like did the research on her, and she's banned from like I think it's from Romania or something like that. She's banned from a certain part of Romania. She got she has her, and then her background as a pageant girl, her connections to Orange Man, her connections to allegedly trafficking, her trafficking, like it's she has this very sketchy background. She has all the markers of a profiling of what do you call these people? Not a spy. It's something like it's something that it's like when you give a certain girl. I forgot what the term is called. She has all the markings for that. As a plant, as a plant. She has all the markings for that. But I do believe Erica, she was given to CK, to keep tabs on him, to be his handler. So a lot of these people that are in positions of power or in political places, these women are usually given to them, right? So I believe Erica Kirk has all those markings of what you think Candace Owens is. Yeah. That's what I believe.
So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon. Right. Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take from me.
Okay.
Just a good,
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me.
Man, hold on. Where's my clip? That boy lying like a MFer. This boy lying. That boy lying. He's way in too deep with Turning Point USA. Way too deep. And just earlier in the debate, remember the part in the debate where Candace Owens said you posted a tweet listing the things of what you said was of overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson could have done this. He looks at her in her face and says, no, that doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. They bring up the tweet live and then he changes it. Oh, well, she said an exhaustive list. Bruh. So just like you get caught, he got caught on 4K lying and he still didn't admit to it. So this whole thing, if I see evidence, I'll change my position. Cap. Pure cap. Shout out to Pyro. He's in the building. Pyro's in the building. But do I got my guy? Yeah. As soon as he said that, I was just like, nah. Oh man, Ninja, please.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop you fucking lying.
Like for real.
I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an
ad break, and then we'll talk Erica Kirk and tpusa.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break.
By the way, remember, conspiracy theories. This is a label that we're given to people that had questions about JFK's deletion, just so they can keep people from questioning the obvious. But anyway, let's go past their little ad break. No disrespect.
Evidence.
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you. And
this is the part of the debate where the questions that he's asking. It's talk about like it's almost like he's wiretapped. So he's trying to get her caught up with them people with the questions he's about to ask. Basically, so she can get herself in more trouble, so they can slap a frivolous defamation lawsuit on her. So pay attention to this.
I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask him direct, and I think that As long as they're not loaded. If they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping.
Hold on for a second. I saw a comment here. Aaron B 1399. She says this doesn't help her brand. BS. No, it doesn't. Like doing this, what she's doing right now, not only does it not help her brand, she's putting her life on the line doing this. What she's doing right now, it's not easy. It's not easy. Like right now, she's doing the hard part. She's definitely doing the hard part. What's helping her right now is she is black. She is a woman. That's helping her. Number two, they can't outright delete her because then everything that you just said is just it just gets thrown out the window. So they're in a pickle. So they're just hoping that she just shuts up, which isn't going to happen. So the powers that may be, the deep state, all of these, the perpetrators, Turning Point USA, they have some hard decisions to make, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. Isn't there a clip that I'm supposed to add? Oh no. Let me rewind this a little bit.
Should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is a meta conversation.
Right, but
yeah, shout out to her for catching that. Nigga, this ain't no deposition. That's what she really want to say. Oh, man. Let me rewind that real quick.
The evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that...
Yeah. This is some shit you hear at the station. This is... Oh, man. This man, Andrew Wilson, the fan now. That's crazy work.
As long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded,
just help me help you help. What was it? Just help me help you. Give us something that we can use.
If I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit. I want to ask you if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask.
I know.
I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Just talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certain.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for.
This nigga don't even like remember what Dame Dash said to Charlamagne the God. He said, "Do you listen to your own show? Did you not listen to her earlier? They already went over this."
Certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
you can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate. Now this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me.
This is now what you're doing right now, Andrew. You're trying to be the feds. You try to be the you try to get her caught up, and then on top of that, if she doesn't give you the answer that you want, you're gonna try to bully her into answering the way that you want, or what tpusa wants you to ask her the question so she can give you what you want. Nah, we're not doing that.
You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct.
I hope his next question isn't going to be like, what can you give us the name of your anonymous source? Speak right into my wire right here. man, tpusa, that's really this part of the so-called debate, right? This is where they basically stop debating, and this is where he turns into a cop. I'm just keeping the buck with you. This segment of the show, this is where he turns off debate mode and he goes straight into bully cop mode, trying to get something for tpusa to use to sue Candace Owens, or this to use against her in the future.
Government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And they go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure. So I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear. I have not said, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explain this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that, like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel?
I even said at the time, I said lefties are making a mistake celebrating CK's death because I think they're going to see that he had questions for a certain country, and they're going to see that, and they're going to realize, oh, that's why he got taken out. And for the most part, I think a lot of lefties, I think they can come to that conclusion that that's why he was taken out. But a lot of the lefties made the mistake of just celebrating because they thought for some reason CK was far right. I still don't understand the logic of these people sometimes, but I remember saying that at the day of when CK was taken out, because I had high suspicions, real high suspicions on that, because me just saying, oh, a liberal, a crazy lefty liberal took him out. No, I wasn't buying that. And even if that was the case, clearly that was you're dealing with like something deeper, something way deeper than just that simple explanation. Let me keep this thing playing.
I was involved in killing Charlie Kirk.
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe Kent.
Made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students.
This is confirmed. Just to let you know that that's something that I do know that was confirmed. But actually, let me not even harp on that. Let me keep it plain. I could get in trouble for that.
For Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative, because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy.
By the way, I think Net and Yahoo, right? Net and Yahoo was the first person to report on the passing of CK, and then followed up with other people of the small hat regime on the right, with their farewell messages that looked eerily similar. It was weird, to be quite frank. It was pretty weird. But anyways,
the phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. Mm-hmm. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence would
have a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences.
What we said is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed.
Yeah, I saw that. That was crazy work. That was all I needed to see right there too.
You're right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or tpusa participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
They try to get her hemmed up.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said there.
Yeah, shout out to Reaper Rel backing me up, because I'm not, because trust me, I'm not good with words, but just to let you know, this stuff did happen. This is why people got questions. If I see this, what are people supposed to feel? What else is people supposed to think? Oh, you wrong for thinking they behind this. And this is exactly what happened. It was weird. Oh man. You said they remember the announcement with the fake weird AI background. It was, yeah. Oh man, and I even remember I saw something even, I think yesterday or this morning, where they did a translation with Orange, like Orange Man had his message, and there was like a statement. There was a Israeli statement in the background, or something written in Hebrew, and then it translated into "useful idiot." And when I saw that this morning, I was like, "Wait, isn't that what I was saying that CK was?" What did I call him? I said it was too harsh. literally yesterday, I said, I think that's just too harsh to call him. I said I called him. I think I did call him a useful idiot, or something. I said something similar to that, of that ilk, and then they said that one of the messages that Orangeman put in the background in Hebrew in regards to CK during that time, it translated into useful idiot. I gotta do some research on that, because I gotta make sure that's true, because I was like, what the fuck? Let me see. Useful idiot Charlie. Hmm. I might have to do more research. I might have to do some more research, because apparently what I said was actually it was pretty common. It was a common phrase used during that time. So you know. Anyways,
that's why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you don't
United
have any
States government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I just asked you what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
positive evidence. What kind of shit is this, man? Do you have any positive evidence? I ain't never heard. Man, this is some shit that like hoe ass niggas would use terms like this, right? What is it? Yeah, we make fun of people talking about toxic masculinity. No, there's only masculinity, right? So same difference here. Same difference. You have any positive evidence? The fuck you mean by that, Nick? Yeah, positive aggressive. Is he being positive aggressive? Shout out to Pyro. Positive aggressive. Positive evidence. I'm like, this the 25th time he said this term, positive. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think.
Yeah,
You
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay, so
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
you do got a problem with that. That boy was shaking in his booth. As soon as she said, I think small hat country did this, he said, wait now. Soon as he said that boy was shaking in his seat.
What is your issue with the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full confidence
to think when you think.
But if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
Tell you something.
No, let me finish.
Sure.
If this dude is making something out of nothing right now, I don't know what this boy's problem. What do you mean you think with full confidence? Is that what we're gonna get hung up with right now, bruh?
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
Like you are disputing
I'm asking specifically
I think that when
why
this
you
is all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to this?
We've already been through that, brother. he just has a problem with, well, that's what it is. You're not allowed to say, I think the small hats did this. You're just not allowed to say that. Or whatever she lobbied, any claims or any accusations she lobbied towards Turning Point USA, that's why you were sent, Andrew, to basically probe her claims.
Like, here's why I think that.
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course. But
so there's good reason to doubt this.
It's not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me. This is my podcast. This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If I'm allowed to regulate
anything, I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever it is that you guys have prepared.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
it
for you.
Did that same higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, just out of curiosity.
Yes.
And I've already, when it comes to Andrew Wilson, if you don't give him the answer that he doesn't like, he's going to say that you didn't give him anything. So same thing with the CGA debate with Andrew Wilson. Even the people that were defending Andrew Wilson, because CGA was coming up with the solutions, they just didn't like his solutions. So they'll just tell you didn't come up with any solutions. Right. And it's even happened with me when I remember certain people will ask me, certain people have asked me on this channel, okay, what should you do if you want a kid in the United States without you risking so much? And then I give them a solution or a couple solutions. They don't like the solutions, so therefore they'll tell you didn't give me a solution. In mind you, you give them. You'll give somebody several alternatives, but it's because it's an alternative. They don't like any of the alternatives. They will turn around and act like you didn't give him anything, right? And that's the debate strategy that Andrew Wilson, he tends to employ that, and then he'll tell his audience she didn't give any evidence, which is all because mind you, it's not just her that thinks that. It's not just her, but there's a reason why you went to her, because she's the loudest one. Dude, there's people on you. I'm talking about there's people on YouTube giving whole PowerPoint presentations, but you're coming to her house. There's a reason why you're coming into her house. And where's your positive evidence? I'm talking about this motherfucker's on YouTube giving whole PowerPoint presentation, slides, evidence, pie charts and all types of information, quotes, people that were there. People that were there, but you at her house. And because she does, you don't like the evidence that she gave, so she ain't giving no evidence, and everybody's just crazy. Everybody else, we just crazy. Oh man, that like the great Khalid Muhammad said, that small time stuff ain't gonna work on me, man. By the way, you guys, that's another person. JO1237 says whoever supports Owens is a psycho. It's not about supporting. I'm just telling you what happened. Owens is her own person. I'm neither against Owens or a heavy supporter. I support very few content creators, very few. I'm just telling you what I saw. Andrew Wilson has been my title. It says Andrew Wilson exposed by Candace Owens in debate, part 2. Right? I have another live stream I just did about this. The reason why I put that title is because after I saw this debate, Andrew Wilson was exposed by her. Well, it's clear to me that Andrew Wilson is compromised by Turning Point USA after seeing this debate. That's why I chose the title that I did. That's why I chose the title. It's not even really about the debate in and of itself or what he said or what she said. Clearly, from what I saw, the way he's acting, his mannerisms, how nervous he was looking throughout the whole debate. He's compromised. He's compromised. He's been, scamming the public for a little bit, calling himself this great debater, and Turning Point USA really, they bought into the hype. So they fronted him some money and they directed him to go after their biggest target, which is Candace Owens. This is not like all of this stuff. This is not a coincidence. Oh, well, first of all, what kind of dude pays $300K to debate somebody? Where they do that at? Unless if both parties are both putting their money together, and then whoever wins the debate, or they'll give a month for people to make a vote, and then the winner takes all. Or maybe I could see some shit like that happening, but nobody pays $300K to debate somebody. Like that's not normal. So whoever you are, JO1237, you got to have some eyes. Yeah, I hope you do you got eyes? Don't you see this? Maybe in your world it might be normal for somebody to pay $300K to debate somebody. People don't do that. That money is not his. And there's a reason why it was Candace Owens. So if you can't see that, I'm not going to call you an idiot. You know what I mean? But I do have questions on how you see things in life. You know what I mean? Pyro says you didn't give me the evidence I want. There's no evidence to me. Yeah, if you don't give Andrew Wilson the evidence that he wants to hear, or if you don't give him the solution that he wants to hear, he's just gonna say you didn't give anything. He's not gonna actually try to debunk it. He's just gonna say you didn't tell me anything. Even he went on Crowder's podcast and said that she has no evidence. She just told you everything that happened to her. Everything that happened to her. It's almost like she wasted breath. She even pulled up his tweets debunking the evidence that you thought was overwhelming against Tyler Robbins. She even brought up his evidence. That's how invested. If there's anyone more invested in the the CK assassination attempt. It's Candace Owens. You think she has zero evidence? You would, bruh. But that's what he's just going on podcast saying she has no evidence. Oh my god. He does the same strategy. It's not him using the same strategy, it's just people falling for it. I don't understand why people fall for this. But anyways, Crit 0615 says Candace just proved to me why I don't like her or respect her anymore. She was rude. She was not factual. She was very abrasive. Let's go back to Reaper Rel's. Remember, Reaper, what you said earlier? Well, when Candace Owens was talking about other people, it's fine, but until she went during this route, now she starts going the route of having questions for the small hats, having questions for Turning Point USA. Now all of a sudden she's rude, she's abrasive, she's this, she's a black-hearted demon, like earlier commenter said. Now all of the traits that they loved about her when she was talking shit about everybody else, now is their person. Now it's a problem. You see why people don't respect, the average conservative, the average hypocritical conservative, or anybody that supports Turning Point USA, the Crucible, any of these people. Like I got this is why people don't got no respect for it. How the average young conservative, I don't know how old these people are. But the average young conservative, they're not. I will say it's split down the middle. I'll say about 40% of the young conservatives, they're not buying that Tyler Robinson was behind this. They're not buying it. And then it doesn't help when anybody had questions about the small hats and the connection to that specific incident. People tell you to be quiet. People are calling Candace Owens crazy. Kanye West says everything about everybody else. As soon as he mentions that community, all of a sudden his career is in legit jeopardy. So much so he had to walk back his comments eventually. People see this. People got eyes. People got eyes, man. If they see something like this, they're like, oh, this is something. This is interesting. But anywho,
pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump.
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this, and I have.
Yeah, that might be a bot. You are right, Pyro. I might be talking to a couple of Andrew Wilson bots. By the way, yeah, Andrew Wilson, he pays for bots. Same thing with what's his name, Anton Daniels, and these people. They do weird stuff like that. But anyway,
this information,
sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey,
emailed.
I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have information. Yeah, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
as possible. Can I ask you a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in Trump's office, Margot got right back to me, said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more something
totally different claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew? What? The fact that
these niggas don't be paying attention. Shout out to Pyro. He says the dead internet theory is real. But yeah, Andrew Wilson, this dude don't be listening to whatever show he's on. He don't be listening, man. This boy doesn't listen. But shout out to Pyro. He says the dead internet theory is real. And I tend to agree. I think there's something to that, especially when remember when Elon Musk added the feature on X, formerly known as Twitter, where you could see the location of where these accounts are coming from, and that was very revealing. Damn, it was like 40%, like 40 to I'll say like 40 to 60. I'll say 60% of these accounts that were right leaning. They found out damn near all of these people were from Nigeria, India, the small hat country. It was like, what's going on? They found out all the stuff, people, starting internet race wars. I'm talking about black men and black women. They found out these accounts were from all types of different, foreign lands and foreign all these different countries. You're just like, what the are any of these accounts American? They're just causing chaos. Like, I'm like, this is crazy. Yeah, people are taking their life advice from these platforms, and it's just all bots. It's all bots. Yeah, he says, yep. As soon as Elon did it, Mark the Lizard Man did it also. So it's that was really telling. That location feature. It was a lot of people, and then people try to hide it with their VPN. And then if you use a VPN, there's a symbol that pops up, like a shield symbol. So it was a lot of people trying to hide that. That was an interesting 2 weeks. I'm talking about a whole bunch of alt-right accounts. They found out people that live in Croatia and Czech Republic. We following bots. That's why, like, on my Twitter, I always wonder, like, why I only followed, because people might have taken a quick, peek at my Twitter. Let me share the tab real quick. Some people at my Twitter, and I've only followed 10 to 11 people. I've never followed like more than 15 people at a time. Oh, no, sorry, I'm following 7 people, right? And it never really went past. I don't remember even going past 10 or 12 people. And when Corey Holcomb was on Twitter, it was probably at 10. But I've never went past that, because I always felt like everybody else was just engagement baiting. They were rage baiting people, and I don't know. I felt everything else was toxic, and I just felt I only need to follow these people. And lo and behold, there was a method to the madness. Lo and behold. Lo and behold, man, it's crazy. It's crazy how that works.
That she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual, because this is a person that was involved with tpusa and had a relationship with her? No, her relationship. Like, this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
know. Could they?
No,
they didn't come get the
information.
Let's do a rewind, because this boy does not listen to his own. I don't know what's wrong. Something's mentally wrong with Andrew Wilson, bro.
He said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and then contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more something
totally different claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess.
Okay, now anybody with ears that just heard that. This is why I had to rewind it. Anybody with ears that heard that. Nah. Now, my hunch was in the beginning that they already knew who was threatening Candace Owens' life. They already knew. But now with him saying what he just said, oh, there's no actionable cause for this. Man, please. Brother, please.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with tpusa and had a relationship with her? No, her relationship. Like this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know?
So that's the face, by the way. Just let me rewind that a little bit. That's the face that went viral from Patrick Bet-David. Look at his face. Hold on.
If you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it.
That's the face that went viral for the debate. Well, first of all, Andrew Wilson, he's trying to, all Patrick Bet-David, all he's doing is asking questions. Patrick Bet-David, he actually leans towards Andrew Wilson's side. Anybody that understands his background, his, whatever. He actually leans towards Andrew Wilson's side. But now Andrew Wilson, he's trying to play PBD like a fool with his answer. That's, but anyways, but that's what happens when a hoe ass nigga that's the face you make when a hoe ass nigga trying to play you for a fool. Like just like Pyro said the other day, just playing in your face. Crazy work. Oh man. But anyways.
How do we know?
How could they? They didn't come get the information. More of the information. It was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has got nothing to do with the debate. This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send
especially because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino. So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one
the
question.
Executive office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so the follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. They were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
I'm surprised I called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here.
I'll say this honestly, for me, when it happened, gut feeling at the time, I said it on my platform, small hats. I was like, small hats. Yes. Yes. At the time, that was before the evidence. Do I have a clip for that?
Facts.
Hey man, I'm sorry. The day of, it was either the day of or the next day. That's exactly what I was like, yeah. Suspicious, very suspicious timing.
I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well, the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
That's evidence, brother. I know it's not the evidence that you want to hear. I know it's not what you want to hear. But you can't turn around and say that's nothing. You can say, hey, I think she's lying, which you would not be in this position if you thought she was lying. You would not be here if you thought she was lying. Just putting that out there. So come on, bruh. Come on now. Come on, bruh.
sources, if I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as
so, I know he's just saying it as a hypothetical, but my hypothetical back to him would be like, why are you here?
hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Well,
how would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think,
aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions? Where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
so
Andrew Colbert should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't that a double? But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colbert. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
Hold on for a second, guys. Light in my room. There we go. It's pitch black in my room. I do not want to turn the lights on. Get some air. Exactly. So he basically just exposed why he was here. He's trying to blame he's trying to blame all the distrust of the public of Turning Point USA. He's trying to blame that on Candace Owens. Hence why you're here. No responsibility, no accountability whatsoever from that group.
I think it's funny.
People act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
I'm ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in tpusa or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get
that's a cop ass question right there. And I'm happy that she didn't that she answered like this.
Myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
Yeah, that was a setup ass question if I ever heard one. Right here.
Facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into.
Let me see. 201. I'll do 201-25.
Done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in tpusa or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself in.
I'm sorry, man. When I see shit like this, you know what this reminds me of? Right here.
May I sit down over there next to Riley? What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about who's doing the break-ins? If you know, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Jasmine, are you wearing a wire?
I'm sorry. So just to be very, very clear here, can you definitively say that Erica Kirk, bruh, are you serious? We gotta have oh man, it's just I might have to make a picture, like an AI picture, and then just put like Andrew Wilson in an officer's uniform, or like an FBI, to give him a Turning Point USA shirt or something. These are not and no gotcha questions. Just help me help you. Nah, fuck all that.
To a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Yes.
Okay,
So
what does
using
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do
Bruh, don't be intentionally dense here.
think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example.
Remember earlier she said they gave back the backpack. She said that at least twice earlier on in this show. Yo, this dude he don't be listening. Why do people think he's such a great debater? And this dude has the listening skills of goddamn Thing 1 and Thing 2 from Cat in the Hat.
What we know to be true of 80% of homicides, it's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is.
And then also they found out a lot of the things, a lot of the items that they ended up returning or they ended up dropping the situation where basically they found those items and then they found out it was actually connected to somebody on Charlie Kirk's team, which I found that a bit suspicious at the time.
$100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
But your team wants to play video. If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Doth protest too much. Is that the right term? That's no. What do you call it? That's a Freudian slip right there. That's a Freudian slip. Like I said, this dude has the listening skills of Thing 1 and Thing 2 from Cat in the Hat.
Erica
For
Kirk,
real.
Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence.
Okay, well, tell me,
so
what does that
chopping
mean?
it
What
up.
does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And
If you're just showing that clip just without showing the last probably 20 to 30 minutes of her explaining why she came to that conclusion. That's very disingenuous. But we already know it's all about clips. We already know that.
Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. Again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
In what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved.
But I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the...
But that was very interesting. He said complicit in the death. And she was like, I didn't say death. Andrew low-key fucked up there because we kind of know that she is, but she was just talking about just the conspiracy in general. Pyro says you can say anything you want, not like anything is gonna happen to you. Yeah, that's that cop shit. Give us something we can use. B. Watson says, honorable Republican conservative tradcons speak as if everyone is as dumb as them. Hey man, I've had a personal experience with that when I was working. Nah, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that alone. He said, "Look at this addict's feet." He says, keep moving. He can't control himself. Like he people, Pyro saying that yesterday, withdrawals, symptoms of withdrawal. But this, I have to download the soundbite of Ghost from Power when he tells Tasha, stop dealing drugs. Or what he said, stop dealing drugs. But I gotta find another one. Oh, I can use the Michael Jordan one. For that. Yeah, because I can say with confidence that Andrew Wilson he needs some kind of a detox from whatever he's taking. He needs whatever he's taking. He needs to stop it, like for real.
Stop it. Get some help.
I could also do the scene from what's that movie called? Above the Rim. Yeah, that scene from Above the Rim. Man, with that security guard, they found that security guard playing basketball by himself. And Marlon Wayans was like, yo, this dude is tripping. He said, whatever he's on, he needs to stop. Oh, man. I definitely got to download that soundbite for real. Yeah.
Public into this. If she believes it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that.
Well, yeah, she caught you clipping, brother. She caught you clipping. It's okay. You got caught. You got caught being disingenuous, and if it was not you being disingenuous, that means you did zero research.
Things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They make arrest.
I don't understand.
Sorry, I rewinded 60 seconds back. I just wanted to see this whole exchange again.
How would any of this make her complicit? And in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about you. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were.
I think he smashed. I think he smashed. But there's nothing wrong with that. That's the Corey Holcomb was talking about this stuff. When a man is on the road, you know what I'm saying? And especially if he's with like a female most of the time of the week. And it's the same female. You sharing bunks on the road. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen at least one time.
Dating, so it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person, and so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I'll say this. I told you, it was a gut feeling for me too. Now, I didn't say Erica at the time. I said the small hats. And then on top of that, the more evidence that came out. And then when people started digging into Erica's past, I was like, yeah, this is not looking good for her. And her reaction, the funeral, the way the funeral was looking like a WWE entrance, that was some oh yeah, people was comparing it to when Erica Kirk came out in the funeral. People were comparing that to Diddy dancing at Biggie's funeral. Oh man. Yeah, that's all I needed to see right there too. That was crazy work.
I don't. I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way.
So he says all women are retarded. Now, I don't know who he's trying to impress with that statement, but I'm not impressed with that. Mama's so based. All women are retarded. Bruh. Come on. Who are you trying to impress with that statement?
What dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek?
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think?
Why is he even bringing up Owen Benjamin? At most, he said jokes about that couple. As far the last I checked, but I could be wrong about that. But maybe he said something else. But the last time I checked, he said some jokes about like a bitch being purchased, which I don't find that offensive. but anyways,
I'm not her biggest offender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
It's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do.
And what else? You weren't just invited over there just to do that. Come on now.
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at tpusa.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to tpusa and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
where yeah. Not looking good for you, man.
Don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith.
See, and he's doing the same thing. I don't know what what are you talking about? What do you mean by this? Oh, by the way, Jordan Lee, what's this dude's name? Fuck. Jordan Peterson tried that same bullshit when he tried to do that debate on Jubilee, and he got cooked by a whole bunch of liberals. Define this, define that. What do you mean by this? They had to change the title from One Christian versus 20 Atheists to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. I kept trying to tell these Christ pill niggas. I've been telling them for the long. Stop trying to debate atheists. They don't want to listen. But anyways, let me rewind that a little bit.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have. They don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
If they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to answer
question. Do you
questions,
have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's
Well,
going
I
to
never
register
met
as
the chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough
Yeah,
to
do
see
you
through
think?
that?
Do you think that
Like
if you
talking
know,
about terrible
if
PR?
you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like to take a
But
look.
what is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still
were,
am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been?
about
Hang
everything
on,
you've
hang on.
ever
Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
In the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you. But I'm asking you, isn't it?
Bro, you compromised this part of the debate. That's where, unfortunately, like for me, obviously I was gonna lean towards Candace Owens side because I already knew where. Once the debate prompt was set up, I was like, oh, okay, Andrew Wilson's gonna, I guess, defend TPUSA no matter what, Erica Kirk no matter what, and try to run on the case that the evidence does. It's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was the guilty party. So I already knew he was kind of going towards that. But this part of the debate, that's when, to me, people say that he lost it at the end. He lost it right here for me, because he exposed himself as he's basically compromised to Turning Point USA. Everybody can see it. Anybody that's not, because obviously I don't fuck with Turning Point USA or the Quartering or any of these groups. So I'm always gonna look at it like, what the fuck's going on there? But he's compromised. Anything regarding him in Turning Point USA, or specifically when you're talking about the case with the CK incident, it needs to be taken with a grain of salt.
The case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them.
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about feminists. Well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like,
here we go. That's why I never claimed this nigga, man. We don't claim this nigga, man. This nigga a whole grifter.
Soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
It makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find something
The legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's
exactly. I was about damn. She took the words right out of my mind. That's exactly why everybody, even like the normies, were like, okay, that's very interesting that now she's directly now in charge of Turning Point USA, and then now also the new co-president. Now it's you and Ben Shapiro. People were like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? People were putting two and two together, and they were like, this is kind of interesting.
And his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of tpusa as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your team is asking how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-6 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why.
Hold on. I saw something real quick. I saw something in the chat. So B. Watson says this is how Chronic should have debated. Like I said earlier, with that situation, Andrew Wilson is diabolical. He's gonna make sure, because the host that he selected was the, I forgot what the lady's name was, but it's somebody that's, if Chronic brought up what we thought he was gonna bring up, she would have cut the debate off. Even if it wasn't guideline to not talk about that, the specific moderator that Wilson chose, she would have cut the conversation off right then and there. So he took the debate hostage before it even started. So that's basically what happened. And you can say I'm making an excuse for Chronic. I'll take that L. I'll definitely take that L. But I know what happened with that situation. you know what I mean? So that's why I don't even damn him. I don't even damn him for that, for allowing that to happen. But we already knew Andrew Wilson, when he was going to debate, when he debated Chronic, he wasn't going to play fair in the beginning. So he's not going to allow, you can't talk about, he's allowed to talk about you, but you can't talk about how he runs things. So that's why I would steer clear from a guy like Andrew Wilson. And he's very disingenuous. He's a bully. He's all of these things. So it's like when you're dealing with somebody like Andrew Wilson, you're dealing with a no-win situation. Then on top of that, he pays for bots. That's number one. And then number two, his the people that are fans of his. I'm talking about, there's like people like you see like mediocre tutorial reviews and Chisha Zed, all these people, they love this guy for some reason. I don't get it, but they love this guy. Like even with Myron Gaines, as much criticism I have for Myron and these people, not everybody likes this dude. But for some reason with Andrew, everybody fucks with this guy. But he knows how to politic. He politics his way. He knows who to shake hands with. He knows who to say what's up to. He knows how to cuddle. Pause. He knows how to cuddle up to certain people. So this is why you see like all these, the main people, the popular, the so-called popular people of the red pill space. That's why they don't say nothing bad about him, right? The so-called red pill Avengers, that gay shit. That's why they have nothing bad to say about him. Said Raging Tomato, I think, was the moderator. You might be right. Let me just do a double check. It was Raging. No, it was a female. Here we go. What the fuck? Was it her? God God damn, that makeup is a motherfucker. She didn't have, bro. I could be wrong, but did she have all that makeup on? Did she have all that? B. Watkins, did she have all that makeup on? I don't know why. Did she have all that makeup on? Like, homie, I'm looking at her right now. I'm like, why do I not recognize her? Did she have all this makeup on during the debate? What the fuck? Boy, dude, I would have sworn last time when the debate happened and then they showed what's her name? Sarah Raging Tomato, whatever. She was like completely dressed down. She had zero makeup on. Right here, she's she literally has 50 pounds of makeup on. The picture that I'm seeing with her, she got like 50 pounds of makeup. But anyway. Oh Lord, yeah. She there. I don't want to disrespect, but she, But anyways, B. Watsky says Candace Owens is how I wanted to see Owens humiliated. I wanted to see you mean you wanted to see because you wanted to see Chronic like just completely humiliate him. But I'll say this, his life is already humiliating. Like from my point, there's like no young man wants to be Andrew Wilson. What young man wants to have Andrew Wilson's life? What young man looks at Andrew Wilson's personal life or even what he's doing and they're like, I want that. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Reaper Rel says Chisha has switched up big time. Well, she I remember making a whole separate video on that clown ass nigga. She said, this boy here is sitting there grifting prenups. Hey man. I don't want to say anything more because people are gonna think that I have a complete personal axe to grind with Shisha Zed. I still watch some of his videos from time to time. Wait, so he doesn't have a prenup. Is this confirmed? So he's sitting there selling all these, hey, have you guys all marriages end? He has that commercial. All marriages end. He has that voice. He talks all proper like this. All marriages end, and you can't do this without a proper prenup. Boy, if I find out it's confirmed, he don't got a prenup himself. Oh man, this. No, I'm gonna lean towards Reaper. I'm gonna lean towards what you say. I don't want to, because I think you're right. You haven't told me many things that has been, you haven't told me many things that's been wrong. Like damn near everything that you told me that you put me up on game was, and then I did the research. Because he comes across to me as a goofy. He just does. Because I remember watching his content, then he grows. He gets to a certain status point, telling men what to do or what not to do. Now, all of a sudden, he starts getting a little bit of YouTube money. And all of a sudden, you see him with a picture with him next to a lion. And then he said, I'm getting married, guys, and I'm doing this. And I'm like, what the he had this whole speech and all this stuff. And I was like, okay. Now, mind you, somebody had asked me, what do you think about marriage? Right. And I said, I need to be in a position. It needs to be where I have to have all the leverage. And that can make me a control freak. Yeah. But I just don't believe in marriage in this country. For me to get married, I would need to be outside of America or any Western situation. And at the same time, I don't really me at this point in my life, it's never been it's marriage has never really been my goal. But I understand what it takes because I grew up in a I'm talking about multiple communities where marriage is like the thing. Everybody in your community is getting married. Like I have uh both of my parents, they were born in Haiti, right? So that's you have to get married, right? So I grew up always seeing that one man, one woman, or you'll have obviously then they have the stereotype that Haitian men be having all these women and all this stuff, but at the same time, look, what I grew up seeing, one man, one woman, right? That's all I saw. That's all I saw. But I remember being I think probably in middle school. I said at the time, look, or maybe as either high school or middle school, there were probably like two girls that I knew that okay, maybe hey, I could see myself being married to them, but it's probably like one or two. It was probably like one or two girls that I really liked, that I really, 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 really liked. That I was just like, I could see myself risking my life for them, but I think dudes just be getting married just to get married, just to because they're forced to, and then they feel like they really need to do this if they want kids, and not realizing there's a lot of alternatives out there. I'm not just gonna get married just because. I'm not gonna do that. So and then especially now that I know the laws, I know about the cohabitation laws, I know about all these things. It's gonna be a real hard pass for me. It's gonna have to be outside the country. It's gonna have to be, and I'm not gonna put myself through that. And if and since I don't really that feel it in myself to really go outside myself to do all of that just to get married, maybe I just made the conclusion, hey, maybe marriage is just not for me, right? But just understand, I always try to tell people, I'm not, because I never tell, like it'll be dudes that I know they get married. Once they say they getting married, I always say congratulations and all that stuff. I don't say, damn, why you getting married, and do, hey man, you got to hang with me because I know what that means. I understand everything that goes into that. I never discourage men like the men that I know. Oh man, what about that's your I think most men, they need to, they need to bump their head. Most men, they need to bump their head. It's pointless for me to be like, nah, don't do that. I think men have been given in this day and time, Gen Z men have been given all the tools needed. We see everything. If you still want to get married at this point, especially in the United States, that's on you. That's what you want to do. I'm at the point now where if something happens, any negative thing that happens to you toward in your marriage, and you did not properly protect yourself, whether it be a prenup, a ironclad prenup, which I don't really believe in that. I don't think, because a prenup can be challenged. But if you did not take the necessary steps to protect yourself, to vet your potential wife and all of that, if you just if you ignored certain red flags, you ignored that she had mental health problems and all these stuff, I'm not gonna be there for you to be like, oh, Chris, man, she's taking my kids from me. I'm gonna be like, at this point, I'm just gonna be like, these are the risks. I know the risks, I know the rewards, and I'm just at this point, I'm like, the risk is not worth it. The risk is not worth the reward. In fact, what reward? What am I getting out of this? But that's just me. Oh, he said, I might be wrong. Please go confirm. But she should said, man. I think you're right. I think his goofy ass. He doesn't have a. He's I think the reason why he's been really going hard on that situation is because he didn't have a prenup. But he's a goofy because he was warned. He saw all the content. He saw Kevin Samuels. He saw all these people. He saw all the mainstream dudes. He saw Fresh and Fit and all these people, Andrew Tate and all these people that I don't even fuck with, but they told you. They showed you everything you needed to know, and you still decided to do that. That's on. Oh man. Reaperell says, yeah, I remember I stopped listening to him because he said something to that effect. Yeah, he that means he doesn't have it. I trust you. He don't have it. He's probably probably trying to get like a dude, find a slick way to get a post up. That's probably what he's been trying to do in the background. That's my opinion on that. If he doesn't have a prenup, he's been trying to let me not try to imitate his voice. Let me not be disrespectful. B. Watkins says, don't be surprised if Rachel Kirk's Andrew to get a he says, don't be surprised if Rachel oh, I know what you mean. Okay. I was like, what? He says, don't be surprised if Rachel Kirk's Andrew to get a nice life insurance payout. Look, people might think that's extreme, but don't rule nothing out. Do not rule anything out. I've seen many of these life documentaries, these drama crime series, men in a similar situation as Andrew Wilson. I'm talking about taking on a woman that already had kids, and then he puts him in he takes care of her, and she still tries to set him up to be deleted to get a life insurance payout, and because he makes some money. So do not rule that out. That is not an extreme case. That's very that can very well that could happen. Don't ever rule that out. Reaperell says marriage isn't the goal for most men. Family and legacy are, but marriage is just the cost to get there in a traditional situation. I agree. But since I know about the alternatives, I've been really thinking about the alternatives, and I'm like, oh, okay. If I get to a certain money, I'm not even going to be thinking about marriage. Respectfully, if I get to a certain bracket amount, people are going to be like, wait, where's the mom? Oh, I did a surrogacy. They're going to be like, you did what? Yeah, I did surrogacy. Oh man. And then like me, I could see like the only way I could see myself adopting somebody is if God forbid, like say if if one of my siblings, if they end up having kids and God forbid something happened to them, to make sure that they don't end up in the foster care system, then yes, I'll take on that responsibility. If I'm in that position, I got to make sure I'm in a position myself. But if I'm a normal working man, right, just at a normal working position, and then something happens to my future nieces or my future nephews, yes, I'll take on that responsibility. Yes, I'll definitely do that. But I have to make sure I'm in a decent position as well. Just average position. I'll make that sacrifice. That's the only way you'll see me if I'm adopting somebody. B. Watkins also says, I'm kind of glad my parents haven't pressured me to marry yet, at least. I'll say this. I think when it comes to my parents, they don't think I'm going to ever get married. They've already given up on me getting married. Even my grandparents, they're like, yeah, he's not getting married. Oh man. I think it's probably going to be because my brother's been going steady with his girl for a while. It's it looks like it's going to head towards that, but he's his own man. I'm not telling him what to do. I'm not going to tell him whether to do it or not to do it. I believe every man, we've been given the information. We know the risks. We know the rewards. This is not the 1950s. This is not the 1980s, 90s, 2000. We have a choice. Men have a choice. This is the first time in a long time where men really have a choice, whether or not to get married, So we all have a choice. Men have a choice. I'm choosing freedom for now. Now, if I say something happens, I move to another country. Something happens, like if I start playing like semi-pro soccer or something, and then I end up moving to another country to play like professional or whatever. You never know. You never know. But it would, like I said, it would have to be in a whole other country, and then the marriage laws need to favor the man. It has to, or was it the breadwinner, right? Which is going to be the man. It has to be on that. There's a lot of laws that I need to see before I even do that, right? I'm gonna have to be in a country where it's like this. It's gotta be like this. The country's gotta be like this. Divorce must be illegal in that country, or where it's heavily. I'm not talking about social pressure. I'm talking about monetarily wise. All of whatever in terms of the bitch will not be able to survive without being married. It needs to be that. It has to be one of those things where it's very de-incentivized to get divorced. It has to be that. Number 3, prostitution must be legalized in that country. For some reason, it seems like in the countries where prostitution is legal, where prostitution is not illegal, for some reason, women act right in those countries. Those are the nicest women. A lot for a lot of those countries, it seems like these are the nicest women in the world. Because I don't. It seems like the normal women of that country, they're the nicest women. So it has to be. You see, where these things where I'm listing, this is where men have the leverage. So it needs to be in a place like that where, as a man, you have the leverage. It has to be. Now, I could also see myself, say, if I move to one of these European countries, say if I move to France, right, where it's the laws are very against the man, then I could see myself just having a surrogate, and then I'll just, I'll do it like that. I'll have a surrogate child, or two surrogates, right? I could see myself doing that if I moved to Netherlands or Germany. I still won't. I wouldn't get married over there, but I'd have like a surrogacy situation. I could see myself doing that. But in terms of marriage, nah, it's got to be everything. I'm doing it like how the bitches be doing it. You see how the bitches do it? How they calling their own shots. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. That's how I believe men are supposed to kind of be doing it like that. That's how it used to be. When people want to talk about the 50s and the 60s and the 40s, and well, back then it used to be the man. He called a shot when it comes to the marriage, and women had to really prep themselves to become wives. So I need to be in a country like that where the average man has the leverage. So that's what it is. Like, say if I move to Saudi Arabia or some stuff. Like, I remember they had something where they were paying players $200K a year to be in a 3rd-tier division playing soccer in the Saudi Arabian Pro Soccer League. Like, if I found myself in a situation like that, and then in a country like Saudi Arabia, or was it in the city of Dubai, what's the country of Dubai? I don't know. Yeah, going to the UAE. Yeah, it would have to be the UAE. I'll go into the UAE or Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it would definitely have to be one of these countries. Then yes, I will get married in like in a country like that, and then have a situation like that. I could definitely see myself doing that. But like I said, I'd say it cannot be in any westernized society. Can't be. Way too much risk.
Harold had to scramble to get the cameras down because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell was nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you?
By the way, I see this chat. He said, Reaper says, if I tell you the amount of dudes I know who are married who are miserable, yeah, I don't see a whole bunch of people. I'm talking about dudes my age that are in happy, healthy marriages, right? I don't see a whole bunch of 30-year-olds, right? 40-year-olds that are in happy, healthy marriages. I'm talking about that are we talking about specifically Americans. I don't see a whole bunch of American people in happy, healthy marriages. If you do see a happy or a healthy marriage, especially if they're around a certain age, usually the couple is from another country. Or that couple, their parents are from another country. So it's just the way people do things here in America is just I can't get behind this. Reaper Rails also says, and if you're a rich celebrity, what is the point of getting married? Exactly. I'll say, what is I say if you are a man, forget being a celebrity, because that's obvious from my point of view. But say if you are a man and you already struggle with getting women, period, by the time you hit your late 20s or your early 30s, you should just be leasing by that point. You should just be leasing and just maybe dating for fun. Because at that point, you're just attracting predators. And I'm just talking about the men that already don't have, where men that could barely get dates or barely can get women to text back. If you're already in that position as a man for most of your life, if you getting married in your early 30s or mid 30s or I'll say even your late 20s, you're setting yourself up. Look at Akash. Look at Akash. He was like what, 30, and he was like 32, right? And Ghislaine was what, 22 or 21, 23? And she was still miles ahead of him when it comes to sexual experience. She's running game on him, and there's a significant, age gap with those guys. So, hey, shout out to Anime Dude with the 2 jewels. He says 100. 2 jewels. Let me see, 100. What soundbite I got for that? Where's my Umar Johnson soundbite? Golly. Oh man, this is bad. Don't tell me I deleted it. Nah, we got it right here. Shout out to Adam A. Dude.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Just send 100 for 2 jewels. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on for a second. He says sent 100 for 2 jewels. Because I don't think I've ever been sent a gift via the chat before. Let me see, 100, or is it But it's gotta be something. It's gotta be something. But anyways, shout out to you. He said, yeah, his wife literally wrecked his comedic career. Oh yeah, with Akash. So, and there's a significant age gap. So people will say, well, yeah, but if you're in your 30s, you can just get a 19-year-old. Well, I know, but a lot of y'all gonna still fall for that young girl, because like even a 21-year-old, like a 20, it's you take the average 22-year-old female has way more experience than the average 32-year-old male of today. Especially you talking about today, in today's age, a bitch will be tapped out from life at age 21. 21, she's already tired of the streets. Like, how do you even get? I'm talking about by 21, she's already talking about I'm choosing celibacy. What? I'm on my celibacy journey at 21. She's this is the stuff that like 30-year-olds or 40-year-olds be saying, but she's I'm seeing chicks in their 20s saying that I'm on my celibacy journey. And we all know for a woman to get to that point, to be like, for her to announce I'm on a celibacy journey, that means you already know, when a woman does that in general, that means she's been through the streets. She's been through the ringer. STD galore, STD scare, pregnancy scare, from dude to dude. You talking about minimum plus 50, forget that, like close to 100 body count, close to a 3-digit body count. You're dealing with somebody like that. So I'm seeing 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds, 21-year-olds on Instagram saying, "Oh yeah, I'm basically at that point." Oh man, Anime Dude says it's some mobile thing. Shout out to you. Oh yeah, so I don't even know what that is, but hey, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Because I went on YouTube to see what that was. But I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. But yeah, the average man, he has, especially today, we got the results of Gen Z men. I'm talking about Gen Z men never even kissing a girl, right? Gen Z never asking a girl out, let alone smash. It's bad. So men really need to be careful with that strategy, just in general. Just because she still has that significant age gap does not mean she ain't been out there in these streets.
Believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah,
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and things that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day, so we're completely in the hypothetical right here, and you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know.
That is a good. Yeah, CNN used to be the king of that shit.
Just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory, do
I
you
think John
believe,
Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was
Rob
like,
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking.
And even if it really was a shooter, what I've been told by the so-called conspiracy theorists growing up, I've always been told there's always two shooters for every single so-called a deletion attempt. There's always two. There's never just one shooter. That's what I've been told growing up. So take that what you will. So maybe maybe it was one shooter and the explosion. You know what I mean? As a cover up. You never know. You never know with these kind of things. Though I tend to agree with the explosion thing, only because I've seen a lot of people echo Candace Owens' sentiment on that. So it's all a matter of what you believe at that point.
A serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of?
This is a little bit out my wheelhouse. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm not an expert on guns, firearms and all that stuff.
Energy, is it a 30-06 being shot 150 yards away? That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 50 and 100.
Yeah. Thank you, Stefan. So Stefan says, wasn't Kirk unalive by his neck microphone being detonated? That's what a lot of people were saying. That's the prevailing theory that I've been seeing. So that's what I think that's what Candace Owens was referring to. That's what I was seeing online. But like I said, I'm not a real expert on these things. The only thing I know growing up, they always told me there's always two shooters. There's always two. So that I could kind of speak on that. But in terms of weapons and I'm not a gun expert. He says, yeah, I'm not a ballistics expert. Yeah, so I can't tell you the caliber and the type of guns and all this, man. I got nothing to do with guns. In fact, people are always shocked when I say I really wish that guns wasn't a thing. I really wish it was not a thing. But that's, you talk about, gunpowder, the introduction of gunpowder, that changed the world. That's the only reason why animals aren't like overrun. We're now overrun by animals right now because of gunpowder. we'll be looking at these animals in cages and all this stuff, man. We ain't had no guns. You think them little arrows we got, those spears, man, please. Oh man. Adam Adu says always have a backup for things in that matter. Yeah, the two guns theory. I'm a firm believer in that in that theory. There's always two guns. That's what I was told growing up. He says the clip I saw about the microphone was convincing. Yeah, same here. He also says, didn't James Noble feel guilty about inventing guns once he realized how dangerous they were, or something like that? I've never gotten into, the history behind guns and gunpowder, but people want to talk about what really changed the course of history. Gunpowder. that changed everything. The ultimate equalizer. The ultimate equalizer. What? So I've always when it comes to guns, I always and that's why I also tell dudes, it's look, anybody in the chat, if you are over 6, if you are over 6 feet tall, nah, fuck it. If you over 6'2", if you 6'2" and over, if you are 6'2" and taller, or maybe if you are 6'1" and you have some muscle to you, but if you are 6'2" and taller and you got some muscle on you, you look intimidating enough. If you have dudes just running up on you, you need to be very careful. They have guns, because people are not that brave. You guys know who you are, whoever's listening. If you are 6'2" and above and you look menacing enough, and people are just running up on you in a fight or something like that, they got a gun. I promise you. I don't care what you could be. You could be in New York. You could be in New York where the gun laws are like crazy strict, or even in Cali. If they running up on you like that, and people don't be running up on you, just you're like, damn, the only people that be brave enough like this are cops. Exactly. Oh man, but mind you, this is coming from a guy. I'm 5'7". So I'm just keeping it a buck with you guys. People are not that brave. They're not. People all of a sudden they get that piece on them, and all of a sudden they want to start a fight with everybody. And people might say, "Oh, maybe it's just because you can't control yourself." If I had I'm just saying, look, I'm cool with how I do things. I'm good. I don't even start in trouble like that. For me to own something to own a piece, maybe I could see, like, say if I become a security guard and then I apply to be an armed security guard, yeah, you're gonna see me have one, but it's gonna be for that job, and even that I'm gonna be. I'd have to be very careful, especially say if I was living with a kid, or if I had a kid living with me and then I had a gun. You got to be really careful with these things, man. You really got to be careful. But I don't know, people. I keep running into people that should not have guns. That's unfortunately the experience that I've had. I keep running into people that they love to, or even if they're not using it, they love to show it off. I'm in belief that when it comes to guns, it's supposed to be a silent understanding, right? So that's why I can respect a state like a Florida or a Texas, where they have, open carry and all these things, because it's already. Or you'll go into certain countries where people have it. Now they're not showing it off, but they have it. It's not supposed to be something that people are showing off. It's just supposed to be something that you have. But unfortunately, I keep running into people that they're just willing to start something out of nothing. And the actuality is, you got that piece on you. So now all of a sudden you want to start fights. Now all of a sudden you want to do things. There should be no reason. I'm talking about, this was in my pickup soccer group. There should be no reason why you have the admin, the female admin of the soccer group, where she has to make two separate occasions, 2 messages, where she's like, guys, this is 2 times this has happened where a fight has happened at a pickup match. Pickup. We're just out here playing at a pickup match. Two separate guys got to be kicked out of the group because they threatened to bring their peace. This is a pickup match. There's no score. It's pickup. Two separate times she got to make a message. If I hear about a gun being pulled or being allegedly threatened to be brought out, we're gonna have to kick you out the group. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. But anyways, and maybe maybe it's the few that ruins it for the many, so I might fall victim into that. But that's just been my experience.
Pounds of energy coming at you and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air,
she has the right to assert that he's BSing. He's been caught lying a couple of times during this debate, 2 times in 4K, and he refused to concede those points. But anyways,
air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and you
can fact check it.
Your
shirt, if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air, it's where it disperses the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt. It starts
puffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
Oh yeah. Also, shout out to Stefan. He said that's absurd. He's talking about the soccer situation that I brought up. Yeah. And don't even get me started with the Mexican pro leagues. Like, bruh. Or don't even get me started with basketball. The fights that be happening in basketball. Like, I can tell, like, there's certain situations where I've seen a fight, or not necessarily a fight, but something's about to occur, and I can tell. I'll be like, oh, this guy got something on him. I'm like, this motherfucker is mad for no reason. I just think that shit is like the Green Goblin mask to a lot of these motherfuckers out here. These motherfuckers ain't never had no hoes. They ain't never had no real type of power, no type of responsibility. So they really feel like as soon as something happened and they got that piece on them, what? And then people, I don't know why people can't make the connection. Like, you'll have these cops, right? They'll do things because they had that piece on them, and people, for some reason, they can jump to that conclusion with the cops. So I'm like, okay, obviously that happens with cops. You got these dudes out here that they don't really have, they've never really had a real authority position in their life, and then this is the first time right. So now you're taking it to the public, where you have a lot of these dudes out here. They've never really been in a position of authority. They've never really had to look out for people. So they never really had to be responsible. I don't think it's not that I believe in gun control. I don't believe in gun control. I think people need to be honest with themselves. That's all I'm saying. I think people need to be honest with themselves. Like, do you need a gun? like, bro, do you need, like, wherever you're living, or however you living, be honest with yourself. Do you need a gun? Do you? So that's what, because at least with the cops, they need a gun. They need to they need now, I don't think all cops need a gun, but if you're in that position, you understand why they would have one, right? Or if you're in security, if you work security, if you work private security, right? People got to be honest with themselves. And from what I've seen, it's a lot of people out here trying, they be so confident. And what I was told when I was growing up, because people will just pull out the gun. That's my problem. It's not even about just the usage of it. It's people they'll just pull it just to show that they got it. And I'm like, why are you doing this? When I was growing up, I was told that you're not supposed to pull out your gun unless you're going to use it. I want you guys to think about that for a second. What I was told growing up, and I know I think it's an old Southern saying, but what I was told, you don't pull out your gun unless you're going to use it. So that's always been my mentality about that situation with when it comes to carrying a piece on you, right? Because my grandparents, they had their little pure when they were in Haiti and all this stuff. But it's not something that it's just an understanding. They didn't brag about having one. It's just an understanding that you had one. But a lot of oh man, I'm turning into Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb was talking about this in 2018. He says a lot of people they'll just be pulling out their guns just to show that they got it. That's a lot of these dudes. That's what I find myself running into. Dudes just pulling it out just to show they got it. But anyways,
two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one
interesting
started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk. They were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to. He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
he observed. He said he's shot people up close, and he's never.
I'm like, I was wondering, like, what is Andrew Wilson going to say to try to discredit a former SEAL team member? Good Lord.
Never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah, that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys.
But man, that's some interesting stuff. Yeah, the green goblin mask. I don't know. I've just seen people with that piece, and they like you can tell they got one. by their mannerisms, how they acting, how they just niggas is starting an argument with the sky. You know what I mean? It's just you know, just way too many instances. I remember I was in a club. The nigga was trying to flirt with the girl next to me by showing his piece. That was his way of flirting. This is an artist I was working with. I think was it 2019? Yeah, it was 2019. Man, that wow. But anyways, was that 2019? Yeah, it was 2019. Dude's, oh man, and that was I considered her at the time a friend, you know, because I didn't really have any romantic feelings at that time for her. But she had this thing where she would, when she gets drunk, she turns into like a super pro blickety black. And I remember pointing that out like the next day. I'm like, when you get drunk, you turn into like a pro blickety black. And she said, "Shut up." But like in the beginning of the when we were at that club, when we were sitting down at the couch, and the dude came up, and she was like, "How old are you really?" And he was like, "Hey, I ain't trying to tell nobody." And said, "Oh, do you know this area real well?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I know this area real well. You know what I'm saying? You got to protect yourself." He lifts up his shirt to show his piece, and really he's trying to show off his his abs, but she's trying to show off both at the same time. I'm like, this nigga here, bro. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make sure this ain't the best club to be in. You know what I'm saying? You're just like, I remember looking at that. I was just like, good Lord. Even the dude that because it was like me and my cousin, and then my cousin's friend at the time, and homegirl. I don't remember. I think homegirl. I think she came by herself, but even the dude, the friend that came with my cousin, this dude comes in, he's like, "Hey, you already know what we enter into." He comes, he opens up his trunk. He said, "You already know. Gotta be prepared." I mean, these people are going into clubs with guns. You know what I mean? It's normal. It's normal. This is the shit that 50 Cent be talking about. He's like, "This is why I don't be going to certain spots. These motherfuckers be coming in there. Motherfuckers be going to the beach. People were going to the beach with a piece on them. People got to be honest about themselves, bro. They just got to be honest about themselves. Why you got that piece on you, man? Why you got that piece on you, man? Come on now. B. Watson says Andrew Wilson acting like he knows more about firearms and yeeting MFers when yeeting motherfuckers than a Navy SEAL is a peak TradCon antics. I agree with that. It's just, well, because as soon as the Navy SEAL said his piece, and that's why Candace Owens asked the team to bring up that video. I was wondering, I'm like, what is Andrew Wilson gonna say to try to act like he ain't he didn't say anything? What is he gonna say? Because that's his only tactic. He's gonna act like you didn't say anything. Okay. Sorry, I had a text message. Andrew Wilson will legit say he knows more about guns than the Navy SEAL. What a fool. Facts. Pyro says, so do they not know that they will hit open who are not intended targets? But, that's the thing, too. Niggas don't know how to aim. Cope approach says Troy Ave and Tax. Oh, man. No disrespect to those guys. But that's what happened with those boys. Them niggas was hit. They were. I think they were both at a strip club, right? When it happened to him, I think. Let me look up Troy Ave. Troy Ave when he got shot, he was at a strip club, right? Or he was just at a regular club. Let me see. Troy Ave shooting. 26. Yeah, shot while driving in. Let me see. Shot at club. Let me see. What's he? Charged with attempted. Or did he do the shooting? Because this was what's they saying this is 2016. Or what are they saying? 2010. Somebody saying the shootout was staged. Troy Ave, aka was shot. Wait. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, they're saying the thing that I'm looking at these articles and they're saying all types of crazy stuff. Yeah, so tell you with the so it was Troy Ave had shot or somebody had used a gun to shoot Taxstone at the time. Yeah, this was a long time ago. I don't even remember these things. Golly. I remember talking about this though with my guys in high school. It seems like it was just yesterday though. It seems like it was just yesterday. What the I'd be forgetting 2016 was 10 years ago. Like I still remember some of the music during that time. He says, by the way, I had a short-lived beef on Insta DMs with Taxstone over that situation. I said, oh, they were at a club. Okay. B. Watsky says, I ain't saying Navy SEALs can't be douches and liars, but when it comes to general knowledge of war, they are more trustworthy than some than an Andrew Wilson type, obviously. Yeah, he says Troy Ave bodyguard was got unalived. Exactly. Okay. Just every year you get 1 year older. I'll be forgetting, man. I'm sorry. I'll be forgetting. He said, so wait, so he's Tax told me in the DMs he was fighting for his life. I remember they did a interview in 2014 with G Unit. And I think it was Lloyd. I think Lloyd Banks was talking about the situation where he got shot, where he was at a strip club, or he was at a club like at midnight or something like that. And and apparently like Lloyd Banks and his people, they walked all the way to the hospital, or they ran to the hospital. They even take a car or something like that. or they probably like he walked himself out of the club and then drove to the nearest emergency room. And it was funny, like Lloyd Banks said that when he woke, like he passed out, right? And when he woke up in the bed, he said the first thing he saw was 50 Cent. And then he said the first thing 50 Cent, he even say, "Are you okay?" 50 Cent was like, you see, I told you not to be in the clubs. I told you not to do that shit. And I could already see Lloyd Banks. I already know Lloyd Banks' attitude. I'm pretty sure as soon as he regained consciousness and then he opened his eyes and he saw 50 Cent, I already knew. He looked away and sucked his teeth. He's like, fuck. Because he already knew he was gonna get scolded by 50. As soon as he saw him, I bet you, because I could just see Lloyd Banks just fucked up in the bed, getting shot. After getting shot, and he's just like, man, fuck this nigga. Nigga not even worried about dying. He's worried about 50 Cent saying, "I told you so." The life of a man, bro. The life of a man. The life of a rapper. Forget that. The life of a rapper. You get shot. You're not even worried about dying. You worried about getting scolded for being someplace that you're not supposed to be. But anyways,
I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because like if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twigs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah, sure.
It up.
Just talking right past this thing. That's so disrespectful. That's so disrespectful.
Straight to jail for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's a show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know,
so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually. That would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why do they,
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Because you know the clips that you're pulling from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever.
You can, but if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if you.
So why bring that up, bro? By the way, yes, she does need to be questioned. Hell yeah.
If your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. if the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense. Because Turning Point's like, we want to make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like...
Since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks. And because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no. And that is what I think will register to people as very fair. We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
explicitly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not. No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange. That's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of, hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I said. And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception is your Turning Point's horse. I think
I would agree with that. It's pretty obvious. Oh man. Adam A. Do said it was out there anyway. Her calling it out isn't relevant. Andrew is probably the worst grifter because he dooms young men. He's selling a lot of, unfortunately, he's selling a lot of young men something that doesn't exist. Right. So he's one of the people that I look, mind you, I've told people, hey, don't listen to this guy, don't listen to this guy, don't. But he's one of those people that I tend to focus on because he, because of how he presents of how he presents himself, he gets to kind of like it's not obvious with him, right? It's not obvious, right? With guys like who else I can bring up as an example? Like it's easy for me to say, yeah, don't listen to Myron because, or don't listen to Bottom G, right? AKA Top G. It's easy for me to say don't listen to those because it's it's pretty obvious. Guys like Andrew Wilson, they tend to be very dangerous because it's to me and you, he's a clear grifter, but the way he presents himself, he could just say, "Oh, I'm just this. Oh, I'm not a red pill guy. I'm a Christian ethicist." Right? So it's a lot of dudes that they get to kind of, or I'll tell dudes, Tim Pool, yeah, that's not it. That's not it. Right? But guys like that, they tend to get away with what they get away with their grifting because they're more professional at it. It's almost like when as soon as I started talking about Rachel Wilson, I remember being on AJ's panel, and as soon as I started talking about Rachel Wilson, there was this guy, I forgot what his name is. It was a guy, I think he's from Switzerland or something, and he shot me down as soon as possible. I'm like, nah, she's not. That is not a good woman right there. Like out of all the hoes that we will talk about, we can't be sitting there talking about this hoe, that hoe, and this other hoe, and then we're not talking about Rachel Wilson. Like we gotta hold her feet to the fire. But because Rachel Wilson, she doesn't look like an evil woman. She looks like the average, soccer mom and whatnot. But because of the way I grew up, I saw soccer moms up close and personal. I saw teachers female teachers up close and personal. If they could be as bad, if not worse, than the ratchets. I've seen these people do some evil things. I remember growing up, when I told you when I was on my team, I used to do multiple things. I left. I didn't show up for a playoff game, even though I told them I wasn't going to be at a playoff game because of orchestra. The soccer moms, it was a couple of them. They wanted me off the team because of that. They were really mad at me for doing that. Mind you, I'm a kid at the time. I was like, what, in I think I was in 6th or 7th grade at the time. So they'll do shit like this. You just like, the fuck. You know what I mean? I remember even in elementary school, I got in trouble because it was this middle finger trick that I was showing some people. Now, what they left out is I learned that trick from one of the students that was already there who was in my class. And one of the main moms that was trying to get me in trouble for that situation, it was her son that taught me that trick. And she knows it. But at the time, I'm the only black kid. It was all white kids, right? So I was an easy scapegoat at the time. Luckily, at the time, they didn't really the principal at the time. I've already done worse things, so the principal didn't even make a big deal about that situation. But it was I remember seeing that situation and then finding out via my parents. They didn't tell me, but I found out, not minding my own business that they were doing. I'm like, the fuck? And I remember going, during that time. Like, these are adults. The fuck? Why are they conspiring? Why are adults? Why we got, mind you, it wasn't no, I didn't see no dudes there. I'm like, why are these 30-year-old, 40-year-old females conspiring against me? I'm just a kid. These are supposed to be the people I'm looking up to. The fuck? You know what I mean? But people will do shit like that, even though, like, the mom knows, because that specific student, he has an older brother, and I'm not gonna say he was an OD troublemaker, but he was similar. He had an older brother that that was like, I think 3 or 4 grades higher than him. He'd be doing the same shit. So she knows that this is not some shit. I did not come up with that shit. I got that from your peoples. And then they knowing that your kids be doing the same thing. So I was hoping that somebody would, one of the parents would show me some grace, knowing that their sons and people would be doing the same thing. But they was trying to make it seem like I was the one teaching the kids do that situation. That was crazy work at the time, but that's, people might not look at it as evil, but that's evil, in my opinion, especially if your son was doing that shit, and she know it. But anyway, so let me leave that alone. Adam A. Dude says, LOL, my sister got me with the middle finger trick. Yeah. That was a thing, in the 2000s, some 2000s shit. It's like you put your it's like what what you do is you act like you're putting, instead of putting both hands on your face, right? You quote unquote accidentally hold up your face on the table with your middle fingers, and then somebody asks you, yo, what are you doing? And then you're like, what did I do? And you accidentally put your middle fingers up. That's the right? I thought that was clever. I thought that was funny, but I didn't come up with that shit. They came up with old boy, and his mom was one of the main leaders. I was like, wow. At the time, I was like, okay, that's a whole bunch of these moms. That's interesting. But anyway.
Few of them were. Was there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asking
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
They're
when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you'd like to.
Well,
Your team has one more clip they want to play.
One more.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
we
and
were
then
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay, and this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago.
They had to hit that clip.
Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we?
Not really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you
or
can
have a
respond.
conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
Wow. Just to fill in that space, she just wanted to keep the conversation going. He said, no. We got to stick with this clip.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the
Easy,
clip.
no. He said no. What a whole ass nigga, man.
Okay, so you want to wait for the
You can literally you look at his face. That dude is sweating, sweating like a slave. Oh man, look at this dude, man. Hold on.
The way the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question?
That boy shining. That boy. Oh man.
Question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You guys got the clip?
You went to
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay. Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has his
thing went off. Just tell
DNA
me when
on the
it's done.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to be
has his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've listened to this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also said,
Lance's
yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded.
She already explained this. Like, well, I'll say this: the so-called what did Candace Owens call it? The gotcha clips. It's that the so-called gotcha clips still didn't work, because even before the so-called gotcha clip, she already explained what she thought was who she thought was the DNA prints on the guns was. And she already admitted that she might have made a mistake with that. So, and they still brought up the clip just to show that she might have gotten that wrong
on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned. I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that
You already said that she made the mistake, but they still want to play the clips. That's why he was adamant. Nah, we playing these clips. We playing these clips.
They explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate.
should
You had
show that
something
text
new?
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
He's capping. He don't got that text message. That text message that he wrote that he read in the beginning, saying that Charlie Kirk had texted him that he thinks somebody on the left is trying to kill him. You read the show you read the text message to open up the show. Candace asked, "Hey, can we see that text message?" I don't want to show it. The fuck? What do you mean you don't want to show the text message? Oh yeah, I'm gonna show it on my own show. Now, mind you, he just had the stream the other night. He still didn't show the text message. He's lying. And Erica Kirk, they have video from Erica Kirk confirming that, because Erica Kirk said that Charlie Kirk wasn't texting anybody during that time. So he got caught capping right here.
Okay.
I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
That nigga lying like a motherfucker. What's my clip?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop your fucking lying.
That boy lying. He don't got that text message. He already knows he fucked up when he read that fake shit in the beginning. Unless if you want to admit that, unless if you want to say that what's her name? That Erica Kirk was lying. Nah, she You got caught capping, brother. He says Andrew is genuinely so humiliated that he can't even do any of his tricks to escape. Well, when he can't bully you, he runs out of options. When he can't humiliate you or bully you to make you look like a retard or look like you don't know what you're talking about, when that doesn't work, he has nothing else up his sleeve. But people, I guess that's what people like to see. I guess people don't really look for the actual evidence. They don't really look for substance. You see it in sports, you see it in politics. People, they're not really looking for substance. They just want to see somebody that looks like they're super dominant, that they're destroying somebody. They nah. Anybody that understands how this stuff works, they can see right. They can see right past the charade. B. Watson says Andrew Wilson is like when the chef at a restaurant says something dumb in a rush and tries to backtrack and say that it is a joke. He says the issue is Andrew, like all trad cucks, the moment he doesn't have any tricks or advantages, he just rambles and tries to get the debate to end by tiring you. Yes.
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah,
which he did, which he still hasn't done it because he got caught capping.
That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question.
And this is the part. This is the part that went viral, right? This is the part where everybody was like, "Damn, Candace Owens finished this guy right here." And I understand why they feel that way, because she's going to ask him, "Do you know any of the charges? Can you? Since you're saying there's all these overwhelming evidence to show that Tyler Robinson did this and blah blah blah, can you list me one charge? One out of the seven. Can you list me one charge that he's going through right now, that he's facing?" And that basically exposes that he's not even there. This is not a case that he really thoroughly really studied. This is not something that he's even passionate about. He's just here to do Turning Point USA's bidding. Because if he actually cared about this enough, he should at least know one of the charges.
Is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know?
No. Can you bring him up real quick? No. You say you passionate about this. You say you the master debater. You. There's all this overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did what he did. Can you name me one of the 7 charges, brother? Just one. And you should already know, since this is why you're here. One of the charges. Can't name one.
Any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like, can you tell me one
then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No, you just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
and I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure.
And I want you guys to focus on what Andrew Wilson does in the next minute and 30 seconds. He starts trying to cut her off, not let her finish. That right there is a sign of a panicking man. But for some reason, people see that and they think that they'll see. You'll have an Andrew Wilson fan and they'll think that she's just stalling. No, he's panicking because she knows the 7 charges. She talks about these shit all the time. But watch this right here, guys.
Or you don't have
to
do it.
No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No, that's not.
No.
That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on.
By the way, murder and aggravated murder, two separate things. We went over it yesterday, and definitely one of the biggest differences when you talk is the sentencing. So when you're talking about aggravated murder, you're talking about potential life sentence. Murder, you're talking about you can get a good 25 years. you get a good quarter for a standard murder charge. Aggravated murder, you're talking about a premeditated. You're talking about if you've been hired to delete somebody, you a hired gun. somebody that told you to do this, they paid you to you take somebody out. That's completely different from a standard murder charge.
And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
you're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you do it.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge.
All right. And then she's going to name the rest of the charges. But right there, that whole thing that you saw Andrew Wilson did, that's a panicking man. But people that like to see bullies win, for some reason they can't see that. That is a panicking man. When you see how about this? Can I bring up a sports example of this? There's a reason why, as much as I don't like this guy, Messi, right? The reason why people consider him a better footballer than Ronaldo is I don't think I've ever seen Messi do a step over in my life. I don't think I've ever seen Messi do like a move, but he just can get by people effectively, right? It takes him, he just does a simple feint and he's by somebody just like that, right? When you look at Messi in his prime. If you ask defenders, who would they rather face? Most of them would rather face they would rather face Ronaldo than Messi, because Cristiano Ronaldo, even though he'll be doing all these step overs, a lot of the times he's not really going anywhere. He's just showing off, right? So when you talk about danger, who's the dangerous person, right? Who am I more afraid of? Who's more effective? They're going to say Messi, because and Messi doesn't need to do a move to show how effective he is, right? Most people think they need to learn all these tricks, right? You take it, or soccer or any sport. People think to be effective, you got to learn all these tricks. You got to learn all these moves. You got to do these things to show that you can do. A lot of the times, a simple feint or being able to scan the field and look up. I know I'm taking a soccer example, but I'll say that in basketball, you don't need to do all these crossovers. You don't need to do all these things to be effective, because a lot of the times that's just a distraction. But there's a lot of people, they fall for it. They fall for the theatrics. So this right here, that is a sign of a panicking man right there.
Is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice. Okay. The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges, and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. You cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the.
That's another real bad L. I'll say in this last part is almost, for me. Remember in the CGA debate when I said that's a massive lapse of judgment where Andrew Wilson didn't know that a divorce, where he was like, "What are you talking about? A divorce is a lawsuit." Yeah, divorce is a lawsuit. That right there, that he didn't know that for me, that's an automatic disqualifier in terms of you giving advice on what a man should do or what should he not do, whether he can get a wedding certificate or a marriage that's not going to be recognized by this. Nah, bro, you lost. You have no idea what's going on if you don't even know the basics. And this right here, not knowing the difference between like a standard murder charge and an aggravated murder charge, like, bruh. Oh, dear. But anyways, that's a massive L. Massive L. B. Watkins says, first time I can say, like, I like saying a woman. He says, the first time I can say I like seeing a woman talk over a man. He said, yeah, there's no other specifics. And she's listing the specific charges that he asked for. But that's what he does for his dumbass audience. Because his audience is just, they're gonna see this and they're still gonna say that Candace wasn't saying anything. Because Andrew Wilson is saying, oh, I need more specifics. That's literally what you asked for. The charges. The 7. She asked for 1. He couldn't give her 1. And he asked for 7. And she lists all 7. They try to fact check her later on. And then he tries to accuse her of cheating later on. You got to see this.
Entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about
the Destiny strategy, the Ben Shapiro strategy, the Andrew Wilson strategy, so on and so forth.
being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know 1 of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty.
I should clip that. Him dissing Andrew Wilson's debate strategy, and then that shit at the end. She's like, just to know at least 1 of the charges. 1. But it shows that he's sent as a hired gun. When you're sent as a hired gun, you'll forget the specifics of stuff like that. If he even cared a little bit, he would have done just a little bit of research. And just the fact that he thought when Candace Owens said aggravated murder first, just to counter the murder, what he thought was a murder, that was a trap. He didn't even realize that was a trap, because she knew he was going to be like, that's the same thing. She knew he was going to say that dumb shit. That's the same thing. No, it's not. The sentencing is completely different. This is why when you have guys, they'll get an aggravated murder charge, then they'll plead to a lesser charge. They'll plead to or they have a murder charge. They'll plead to manslaughter, right? This is why the prosecution will fight to get the highest charge possible. It's all, but that's. Stefan said Andrew was dumb. Adam Adu said, imagine if he prepared as much as he smokes. Like this boy has a smoking problem. He definitely has a substance abuse problem. He says, called out his hurry up debate tactic. Yeah. He said, can you name any other charges? You're just stalling. She's not even letting her complete any sentence. She's trying to talk. She's like, okay, now it's not fast enough. It's not fast enough. God, I'm like, damn, this dude is really acting like a hoe ass nigga. This is what hoe ass niggas do. That's a hoe ass nigga tactic. What you call it? He said call out the hurry up and debate me tactic. That's a hoe ass nigga tactic. That's happened to me plenty of times. People stop doing that shit after a while. When they find out you really know your shit, they'll try to implement it. They try to implement it on you to see if it'll put you out your square. But if you have enough composure, you could dismiss the hoe-assery, the bitch-assery. You know what I mean?
If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4.
Counts 3 and 4. That's why she said it twice. 5 and 6, witness tampering. That's why she said it twice. Some people might have not caught on to that.
Or 5 and 6, tampering with a witness.
And count seven.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah. So 5-6, tampering witness, third-degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering.
Here we go. He's going to try to accuse her of cheating.
When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
up. I'm not
permission
gonna
to go
give
through my
names.
phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read through 11
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about the
know.
case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There.
Yeah, do you have the
Do that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And
That's a last ditch attempt from Andrew Wilson. That's a panicking man. But most people they can't see it. They can't see it. I don't know that I know people might often wonder how does my mind work, because I do a lot of stupid shit myself, but I often wonder the same exact. I'm like, there's certain people that people lift up in the air. I'm like, why do you find this guy? Why are you scared of this guy? Or why do you think this guy is this, right? Or even you'll see it in how do I say this? There's certain players, certain sports players, they have to leave their franchises to show the normies that they're good players. Because if they stay in that same franchise, people are going to say that they're not a great player just because they didn't win a championship. So it's a lot of examples, unfortunately, like that. And then these will be the same people that are shocked why you got that Los Angeles Dodgers from the MLB, right, from baseball. Why these guys get all the good players, or why certain franchises get because if they don't get them, or why players want to all go to this team, is because if they don't go to that team and they don't win a championship, you're going to act like these are not great players. Because unfortunately, normies are impressed with what they're impressed with, but I've never understood the hype behind Andrew Wilson. B. Waskin says, LOL, at my job, there's this old white woman who thinks she knows what black men want and how they are proud of Obama. Hey man, when it comes to politics, I don't even talk. At my job, I would recommend this to you too. Do not talk about politics at your job. Do not talk about politics at your job, because they're just not ready. They're not ready. And it's funny, you like just the fact that you have people thinking that CK was far right. It shows you everything. You'll have people. They will just agree with the first person that is anti-Orange Man, and they don't realize that same person that they just agree with, they don't realize they don't like Orange Man because he's not far right enough. They don't even understand what far right is, or right wing, or whatever they think it is. They have no idea. Cope Approach says Andrew is nervous, his foot keeps twitching. Or like it'll be some people, they try to get on your good side. They think by getting on your good side as a black dude is to openly criticize Orange Man, and I can peep it. It's like, okay, he's one of those people. Okay. Why the fuck are we bringing up Orange Man? This is a music gig. What does politics have to do with anything? It happens so many times. XVY Jay-Z says Andrew in quicksand, the harder he tries, the deeper he sinks. Adam A. Do says she should have said, speaking of text messages, where was his from Kirk? She should have brought that up again. She brought that up just before this moment. But he snaked his way out of that. But she should have brought it up again. She should have definitely brought that up again. B. Watkins says, and the old white lady said she is friends with old black women, which just cracked me up more. Oh yeah, they don't get it. just let them live in their delusion. That's not even my job, to convince people, because if you don't see it, you don't see it. In 2026, there's too much information out there. It's too much information. People should understand by now.
And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there's
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence.
She just said the receipt was posted online.
It said Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
he paid? If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip. And
so should that be added in an official timeline that
it's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls under?
And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
what's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him? I'm
actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline.
So here's the thing. So Adam Adu said repeal the 19th, but Candace should vote and Andrew shouldn't. I believe most people shouldn't be allowed to vote. First of all, like, and I know it's a thing, and people say women in I say women in general probably should not be voting, and unfortunately they give way too many things out there, especially what I'm seeing with the whole Lindsay Clancy situation. There's way too much evidence pointing why they shouldn't be able to vote. But I just believe people in general, from what I've heard from people, if I were to compile like a demographic of people that were very politically ignorant, it's not just women, dudes, students, you got these, college people. Sorry, people in college, I meant to say. Adults, dudes in their 60s, 70s, don't know what the hell they're talking about when it comes to politics, the media, so yeah, women shouldn't vote. Yeah, I agree with that in general. I think, but I just think most people, they're just not qualified. They're just not. And when it comes to women in general, no, I don't. I tend to agree. I don't think they should vote, but it's too late for that. There's so much that, like, women are so like there's so many women now. There's so much women in politics. There's so much women teaching. There's so much, there's so many women in these specific places where to say repeal the 19th at this point in time, it's kind of like one of those things that dudes will say online, like in the in the comments, but it's too late for that. Now, like say if there was a great reset that happened sooner or later, then and the people that survive and the men that survive that and they become in charge, of course they'll add that. Like for me, Candace, yeah, she should vote. I don't like she because she shows, first of all, she's already right leaning, so I'm already going to consider you in general. If you're right leaning, then I'll consider you just in general. If you're a female, now then you would have to give a quiz on, okay, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Gone are the days where people actually do the research on the candidates and the policies and who they're backed by financially. This is what like specific. I'm saying this. I know. I'm gonna put my family a little bit out there. My mom is more politically in tune than my dad. But my dad, he's good. He's literally good at my dad is literally good at everything else. But politics is not his strong suit. He's a simple political guy, right? So he'll see a black woman and he'll be like, oh, she's doing something good, right? Even though she could be the whole enemy, right? But he sees a black woman doing something good, doing something, quote unquote positive. He'll vote for her because she is a black woman, even though she's a Democrat. Or if he sees a black man doing something quote unquote positive, he'll just vote for that. Oh, he seems like a nice dude, right? My dad is very simple politically, very simple. My mom, she used to like, when she's voting for certain people, she would like literally like look up certain people and all that stuff. So when it comes to politics, that's just not everybody's strong suit. You know what I mean? And some people, they really know how to sell themselves where you can get got. You can get got. I can get got. Right? People can get got out here. It's very few people that are political. And even, mind you, even though my mom does the research and all this stuff, there's a lot of stuff, even with the research my mom does, there's a lot of stuff she don't know when it comes to the politics game. Because my dad and my mom, they still voted for the same people. So do you understand how this works? My mom and my dad, they still both voted for the same people. Still voted for the same people. One goes up. My dad just goes off vibes. She does research, and they still end up voting for the same people. So it's just we're not politically well versed. Us as just people in general, and it's not a crime. It's not a crime. But there really needs to be like a test, not only a test, but eventually the government needs to drop the facade, and they need to be almost how like the Africans do it, where they just say, look, we're corrupt. We do this. This is who we take money from. Deal with it. So because we already know that's how this stuff goes. So there's a lot of people, they still don't know. They still don't know. Or you'll have certain instances where my dad and my mom will know, oh, this is a corrupt system and this is this, but they'll still vote for those corrupt people. You know what I mean? We'll vote for people knowing that they're corrupt. So it's when it goes to the politics, some of the most politically strong people I know, these people be homeless people. Just some of the most, I'm talking about the most politically aware people I know. It'd be dudes it'd be homeless people, it'd be dudes it'll be like a custodian, and then it'll be like somebody that I'll meet that works as a cashier at Staples or something, and these be like the most politically aware people you know. Meanwhile, the people that actually do the voting, the people that actually go out and vote, they're just voting for puppets. But anyways, oh man. B. Watson says only strong, violent men who hate simps should be allowed to vote. He says, but at this point, only having roaming war bands destroying the old world order would fix it. Exactly. It would need to be people of that ilk that survived the reset. People that remember what it was and the causes that why we're at where we're at. XVY Jay-Z says Larry Bird ain't walking through that door. Pandora's box is open. That's a great soundbite from CGA. Oh man. XVY Jay-Z says my mom is the same way. My mom even is hip about the small hats and the types of small hats who are evil, but still got vaxxed and still votes. Exactly. Same with my mom. So like they'll know these things and they'll still vote for those same people. So what do we do? What do we do? It'll be like a liberal, super hardcore liberal that swear they did all the research and you're doing and my dad and my uncle the same way. Dad and my uncle they just go off vibes who they vote for, but they end up you guys are all still voting for the same people. So you could be mad at them for voting off of vibes, but we're all still all of you the people that are going out and vote, they're all voting for the same people. Hence why I aim my ire towards those people that so-called did you so-called did the research and you're still come on now. XVY Jay-Z says I honestly lost faith in people when the beer bug happened. So many people showed their true coward colors. Yeah, come on, man. Like it was a lot of people that did. But I'll say this too, because there's a lot of this is where because there was a lot of people that said they took the shot, but they did not. Right. So I remember when they started hinting at mandatory, vaccinations and everybody's going to need a card. And they started hinting towards that. It was some Hispanic ladies, some older Hispanic ladies. They be scamming, right? I'm talking about the ones that were raised in America. They be scamming. They were like, man, they said, man, fuck all that. I'm just going to pay somebody at CVS to give me one of them cards and say I took the shots. She said, what's going to hurt? What's $200, 200 or 100 extra dollars? She said, give one of those people an extra $100 and $200 and then just. So there was that's what I did. There was a lot of people that did that. A lot more than people will care to admit. Because there's a lot of people that were preaching that whole vax thing, and then behind closed doors, they did not take that. They did not take that shot. Anybody with common sense should have known, like, nah, we're not taking that shot. There's a bartender I know in New York. He said there was a lot of people coming in with bogus, vax cards. He said it was a whole bunch of people entering these bars with bogus cards. People be capping. It's a lot more people than you think they did it my way. Where, oh, you're not going to be able to perform here if you don't have this card. I'm like, okay. Let me call somebody I know real quick. Give them a little something. Yo, when my dad found out about that shit, he was like, why did you do that? I was like, hey, I did what I had to do. Yeah, my dad found out about my fake car. He was not happy about that. But bro, I said, man, I ain't taking that. It's a street nigga I knew. Man, I said, hey, you got that you got that thing? Dude, when I got bro, when I got that where I got it, he said, "Oh yeah, just meet me at this spot." Man, I went to the most ghetto spot in Connecticut. I'm not even gonna say the city. I'm not gonna say the street. But I told a couple people where I met up with my boy. Man, man. It was at a fast food spot, but it was like, I'm not saying this place was sketchy, but it was ghetto as hell. Super ghetto. Ratchet ass spot, boy. Oh my goodness. Adam A. Dude said he should have been proud. Well, look, like I said, when it comes to, he's remember. Has anybody who's watched the Avengers? Not the Avengers, the Scarlet, the Black Widow movie. Who in the chat has watched the Black Widow movie? The movie specifically about Black Widow, about Scarlett Johansson, the Black Widow movie. Remember the dad in the Scarlett Johansson's adoptive dad. That's a similar. It's basically a similar personality type. That's if I can make a comparison, that's it. That's it. Sacrifice for you. We'll do everything. Old school, very simple politically. Doesn't try to do anything, Yeah, I think the Red Guardian. Yeah, the Red Guardian. The movie where they showed about Black Widow's the Black Widow movie that came out in 2021. Yeah. And that was Scarlett Johansson's dad. Remember that line in the movie? Say, look, I'm a very simple man. I'm very, very simple. That's my dad. Right? It's not. He's like, if like, my dad's the type of person. If he sees a young Black woman doing something positive, right? If it's like, if it's like a hockey game, say if it's a hockey game and he sees one Black woman in there doing something, he's gonna stop what he's doing and see what's going on, just out of respect. That's the type of dude he is, right? Very, very, very straightforward, simple type of dude. And honestly, that's how a lot of, especially that's how a lot of older Black dudes, FBA, non-FBA, they're all like that. That's why I laugh when people, you'll have Black women talk about, we are not protected. We're the least protected. Black women are not protected. Man, do you know how many Black men I saw, especially when Venus and Serena was getting famous? Man, these dudes will be it'll be a whole basketball game going on, but then they'll find out that Venus or Serena Williams is playing. They'll stop what they're doing and they'll see what's going on with Serena, just out of respect. So, but that's a whole nother story for another day. Yeah, the Red Guard. I think you're right. The Red Guardian. XVY Jay-Z says it's hard for boomers and older Gen X to break out of routine. Exactly. That's why I don't. You think I'd be going to my parents and be like, nah, you guys are voting wrong? Do you know how disrespectful that is? Do you really, like, why would I go to my parents and be like, man, why did you guys take the shot? That's what they decided to do. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, the companies that they work for at the time, they made it where if you didn't take the shot, oh, you can't work. They got tricked. It happens. Our parents and our grandparents, they fell for, 9/11. You know what I mean? Like, I remember even uh, I was exchanging ideas. There was this dude who was a really good influence growing up on Instagram. He was from the he was Muslim. He was from the NOI. And I think my dad had found out, and since my dad's he's a Christian dude, he's one of those dudes like, why are you conversing with this dude? I'm like, Dad, my barber's Muslim. What about him? Well, that's different. You're just like, oh my God. You know what I mean? It just is what that's not our jobs to be telling our parents what to vote for politically or what they should be thinking religiously. It's your parents. You know what I mean? You gotta what does it say in the Bible? Honor thy father, thy mother. They taking care of you. They set you up to be successful. They did everything for you. Who gives a fuck? This is not, we're not, this is not like, white kids, right? You got the white liberal females talking crazy to their parents. This is not that. This ain't that type of deal. You know what I mean? But anyways.
That I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher
he tried to do a quick got you. He said, do you remember the officer's name? He's like, Bagley. He said, well, first name? Christopher. He was trying to get a got you so bad off of Candace. This is just low stuff. And he still couldn't get a got you. Did you guys catch that? That's crazy.
That is where he was, and
what's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
We don't need to know his first name. Officer Bagley, but even she's still but that was a really weak attempt to make Candace Owens look dumb.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing.
Died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get it just seems like you
well, I'm not adding
hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
Unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait,
we definitely got to call cap on that too. Yeah, yeah. You don't know the charges, but you're so hell bent on this receipt thing.
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hair.
It was 7 charges. You didn't know any of them.
It's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your
7 charges, bro. 7. And you couldn't name one, but you've been following it closely. Nah, brother. But we know we know he's compromised. We know they paid you to do this. Oh man.
Official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens.
issue?
I just don't know what his
What's your
issue is with my son.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt,
Really?
they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there. If that's
sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
Right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police.
Okay, let's skip the commercials. Let's get to the final thoughts of the debate. Boom, boom, boom. Here you go.
Ingredients, American sourcing, American manufacturing, and skincare that simply works. So if you've been curious about Talo Skincare, now is the perfect time to try it. Visit nimiskincare.com to save an additional 10% off your order with promo code Candace10 at checkout. Again, that's nimiskincare.com, promo code Candace10 at checkout.
All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is.
Let me read these covers. B. Watson says, Andrew, like every boomer beta, he gets all snappy and passive aggressive. Facts. Yeah, if you show up one of those people, you show them up, they start getting tight with you. So that's, yeah. Especially the ones that they think they're intellectuals. That's how they act.
It's purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having to sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy.
So okay. I'll be honest with you. I didn't hear the final thoughts. That's why everybody is saying she has no evidence, because he said that. It's the same thing. Remember when I was talking about Anton Daniels a while back? And then one of Anton Daniels' fans came in and said, Corey Holcomb violated man code. Like, what do you mean violated man code? And then I go on Anton's stream And he's like, well, say if everything Corey said was right about me and the girl I was with. He violated man code, bruh. I was like, oh, that's why they were just really stuck on that point. Like, Corey violated man code by revealing that he was with a bitch that he didn't want to claim on camera. Man.
Nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPU.
Even though she just explained everything. That's why it's like me, I would highly recommend people just not entertain this clown. Only because, first of all, his fan base, I don't know, their brain must be in La La Land. But every time he's done with these debates, he always says the same thing. This opponent gave me nothing. He didn't say anything. They show me. He does this every single time. And you can literally bring up clips of his opponent showing you things, supporting their own claims. You can make whole clips. You can make all that, and he'll just look in the camera and say he didn't do anything. Remember remember when Pacquiao faced Mayweather, and then after Pacquiao lost, Pacquiao was like, he didn't do nothing, right? And then you had some of the Pacquiao fans really running with that narrative, and I was like, did you guys watch the fight? No, Pacquiao, you didn't do anything. But anywho,
USA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But
you did, though, in this debate earlier on when you got called out for capping.
But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these
Damn, so that's all he got is that receipt, the unconfirmed receipt, or the receipt that was posted online that was blurred out. That's all he got.
bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence. We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said, my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, nada, zero, zilch, and she backed.
Well, the irony is this. Andrew Wilson low-key helped the defense of Tyler Robinson. Because remember, the is the burden is going to rest on the prosecution to show that he's guilty of those 7 charges, and really in theory in a fair court, even though I don't think it's going to be a fair situation, in a fair court, there's enough reasonable doubt. There's enough reasonable doubt, because remember, it's to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. There's enough reasonable doubt here to throw this case into, to to throw this case off the rails. There's enough, and that's all Candace was trying to. That's all Candace was trying to show and prove, and she did say where she got the evidence from, and just because the evidence that she had, or the anecdotal experience that she had, or the the evidence that she gathered and said on her show, just because you didn't like it doesn't mean it's not evidence. Right? When Coach Greg Adams was just trying to give solutions, he gave multiple trade-offs. That doesn't mean he didn't give no solutions. He just gave you a bunch of trade-offs and you just didn't like the alternatives. But yeah, it just seems like Andrew Wilson, he just implements that same strategy. He's gonna tell the audience his opponent did nothing, and the audience is just gonna agree with him. XVY Jay-Z says Andrew reframes and discredits your evidence. Basically, he uses what Tariq Nasheed calls "I'm white and I say so" tactic. This is true. But he does that with all of his the people that he debates. But yeah, but that definitely applies here. the Tariq Nasheed, "I'm white and I say so" tactic. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. Oh man. One thing, people might, disagree with Tariq Nasheed, but Tariq Nasheed, he is an entertaining character. Pyro says, but let's finish his let's finish his final thoughts.
Away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from tpusa, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into.
Anytime she brought up the evidence, because he said the prompt was, there is overwhelming evidence to show that Tyler Robinson was responsible for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. So that's on you. So when she brought up your the evidence that you thought was overwhelming evidence, and then she called you out on it, he kept trying to move the conversation to something else. So that's on him. It's almost like he forgot the prompt of this whole debate.
A defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate, because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watches this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. but you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. Part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators.
By the way, exactly. So XBY Jay-Z says, very professional. You can tell she's in a different league than Andrew. When you look at both of their final statements, I don't know how you can look at Andrew favorably. When just off the final words alone, just off the final words, she didn't do anything. She's just didn't. What kind of wannabe frat boy is this? Right? What kind of what is that like? When you hear that final statement, you're just like, oh, okay. Good luck to you, sir. And then you hear Candace Owens, very straight, very well, just very well put, very straightforward language. Thanks everybody, right? Thanks Andrew's team. Thanks, thanks her own team. Thanks Patrick Bet David. But Andrew Wilson, I don't even know why I'm here. Like I just paid $300K to be here anyways, and whatever. That's my final statement. Oh man, it is, it is what it is. It is what it is.
To have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
This is bad. I'm me personally, this is a bad look for Andrew. It just is. Mind you, I'm talking about, there's a lot of people that I like, that I like, that I look up to, and they felt like Andrew won the debate, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, this is just the YouTube comments. But if you go on I think the Patrick Bet David, they had a poll, and yesterday, the last time I checked the poll, and they asked who won the debate, the poll had it at they had it like at 68%. I hope they didn't take the poll down, because they had the poll, like at one point they had it at like 68% Candace, and then they had it at 30 something, 32% Andrew. I don't know if they still have that poll. I think they took the poll down. I think they took the poll down, because I'm on the Patrick Bet David channel. They had the poll up. I don't know what they did with it. Uh-oh. So I guess they had a reaction to the pod. They had a reaction to the pod. So that's interesting. So I'm gonna have to watch that on my own time. The reaction. I want to see people's reaction. The mainstream people's reaction. Like I want to see Patrick Bet David's reaction to it. But he had a poll that was up there. I don't know what he did with that poll. Oh man. I looked at the let me see, the community tab. creator posts. Okay, Candace for the win. Do. Come on, man. I need to see that poll. I need to see that poll. I need to see that poll. They took down the poll. That's how, yeah. And then I showed you in the beginning. You go on Ben Shapiro's channel, right? Co-president of the current, co-president with Erica Kirk of Turning Point USA, right? Look at this. He says Candace Owens' debate was a disaster.
Debate culture more.
Right? Candace Owens' debate was a disaster for everyone. That's how you know Candace Owens won the debate. It's not even because if you thought your boy won the debate even slightly, you'd have went out your way and said your boy won the debate. Like, was it Steve Crowder try to well, of course, Steve Crowder, he has an axe to grind with with Candace Owens, on some personal reasons. So I actually understand why Steve Crowder is trying to dunk on Candace Owens as much as she possibly can. But so of course, but I'm open to seeing Steve Crowder's reaction and what he sees, what he wants to see about the situation. Because right now Steve Crowder, he's going through. I think isn't he still going through a divorce? Because like these divorces, they never get finalized. These divorces end up taking like 3 to 4 or 5 years. Oh man. Okay, so we have an Ask a Brother podcast. They got he does a react. He's got to do a react. He did a reaction to the debate. I'm looking at this tab as we speak. I'm seeing a lot of people. Okay. I'm gonna have to watch this. I'm gonna have to watch that. I'll probably watch Marquette, the Saint, for Marquette from the Saint and Center podcast. I'll probably watch his reaction, but I'm gonna focus on the PBD reaction. That's what I'm gonna do. Damn, I went okay. Yeah, exactly. They took down the poll. That means Candace won because Patrick Bet-David, he was already leaning towards Andrew Wilson in general, but I think after watching the debate, Patrick Bet-David, he seems like I know he's a shady businessman, but he's smart. He's smart. He's smart. He knows a winning asset and a losing asset when he sees one. So I'm pretty sure he can assess, especially there were certain moments when he was asking Andrew Wilson a simple question and he tried to play it, Wilson tried to play him off like he was stupid, right? And the face that Patrick Bet-David made in the middle, it's like he's a smart man. He knows. But but you're right. They took down the poll. That tells you everything you need to know. XVY Jay-Z says it would be funny to see Corey Holcomb debate Andrew, but I think Andrew would rage bait Corey into roasting him. Yeah. Like Corey wouldn't like you saw how like Corey got super loud with Anton, but specifically when Anton said, you sucking the D of black people and whatnot. Because as soon as he said that, I knew Corey was gonna get triggered. Like you can literally see it. You can literally see it. He just stops for a moment. He's just like, and I'm like, uh-oh. He's gonna ask Darlene to switch seats. I'll say this. I don't think he would get triggered by Andrew to the point of potential physical confrontation, but he would definitely I could see Corey losing composure in terms of he'll just start roasting him and stuff like that. I could see Corey doing that, but I don't know. I don't know. You never know. You never know what you expect out of certain people in certain situations. You never know. You never know. Like I'll say this: if Corey were to go on, what's his name? If he was to go on, was it Matt Walsh's platform or Steve Crowder or one of these people, Andrew Wilson's platform. If he were to go on their platform, he wouldn't get triggered. For the most part, anytime I see Corey go on other people's platform, he does his best to stay as civil as possible. I've never seen him cause drama on other people's platform. It's ironically is all the stuff happens on all the crazy stuff or the crazy things that's said, it's always on his platform. But when he does like guest appearance on people's stuff, he's always mad chill. And then people be like, "Oh, I didn't know he was this chill." Well, it's just like when sometimes when you at your place of comfort, you're in your environment. Most car accidents tend to happen 15 minutes. The radius tends to be 15 minutes from your house. That's where most car accidents happen to people that it's not really far from their house. That's where they get into the most car accidents. It's an interesting fact, but it makes sense. I remember Shannon Sharp had brought that point up, when he was debating Skip Bayless, and Skip Bayless was like, I don't know what you're trying to say. Nah, when you get too comfortable, sometimes you tend to do things, and you think you're comfortable, then you do something stupid, or you do something a little bit out of character because you're doing your routine. You tend to overlook things. So that's a definitely interesting car fact. Oh man. But anyway, that's all I have for today. Next show, I might go over this one more time, but I'm not going to go over the whole live stream. I'm just going to go over the clips and look at the reactions, and then we'll go over some other clips that I saved via Twitter. We'll look at a little bit of Steve, the reaction with Andrew Wilson going on the show with Crowder. Sorry, calling in on the show with Crowder. So we'll probably go over that a little bit. So we'll do all of this. I don't know. Can I do that? Not sure I'll have time to do that tomorrow, but you'll definitely see some videos about it. You'll definitely see some videos about that. And if not, because Tuesday tomorrow I'm gonna be busy. Tomorrow night I'm gonna be busy. But Wednesday we'll definitely go over these things. We'll definitely go over a lot of these things one more time, especially the clips. That will be all for tonight. Let me wrap this baby up. I still gotta look at a couple of reactions. I'm gonna rewatch AJ's live stream because he brought on Rachel's side dude showed up. So I gotta see that. I gotta see that. And there was a young kid that came on, and he was more on the side of Candace Owens, and obviously AJ was on the because AJ's a fan of Andrews, but I'll say this: we already know when it comes to Rachel's side dude, he's like a mega fan. You know what I mean? So this will be interesting. I gotta rewatch the stream from the beginning because I came in late. So that'll be very. I want to assess really the whole situation, and I want to see what Rachel's side dude has to say. If he's just going to repeat the same talking points that Andrew Wilson said. Because that's what a lot of dudes they end up doing. But anyways, I digress. See you guys in a little bit. I know I'll definitely do a live stream. Let me see what I got. Let me check my calendar real quick. I don't think I have anything on Wednesday, but shout out to you guys. Peace out. So I shall return. I should be returning Wednesday. If you see me on Tuesday, that means I have I'm a gangster. If you see me tomorrow, I'm a real gangster for doing that. Because the shit I got tomorrow is crazy work. And 5150 show is on tomorrow night. So shout out to you guys. Peace and love. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you for checking in. I appreciate. Thank you, Pyro. And he says, it still pissed me off the way how Andrew reacted to how AJ's brother dropped some facts. Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I took that personally. I had a big problem with that. I'm like, he's on your side, right? He's just had a critique. But anyways, shout out to you guys. Peace and love. I wanted to give a shout out. Who gave the super chat? Adam Adu, thank you for the super chat earlier on. I appreciate that, for giving me the 2 jewels. Appreciate that. I will see you guys. I know I definitely will see you guys Wednesday. So see you guys. Take it easy. I think I have a funny one. Yeah, we'll Boondocks. We'll end with some Boondocks. Peace and
May I sit down over there next to Riley? What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about who's doing the break-ins? If you know, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Jasmine, are you wearing a wire?